Today's reading is of the screenplay Charade from 1963, written by Peter Stone. Fade in. Exterior, French countryside. Dusk. Silence. Complete silence for the urbanite, though the oncoming darkness is punctuated by the sounds of farm country. A few birds, a distant rumble of thunder from some heavy clouds on the horizon, a dog's barking. Camera pans the green, squared-off flatland, lit only by a fine sunset in its final throes. Then, gradually, starting from nothing, a rumble is heard, quickly growing louder and louder until the sound of a train can be recognized. Camera pans quickly, discovering the railroad line atop a man-made rise of land, and the speeding passenger train is upon us, flashing by with a roar. Then, as if from nowhere, the figure of a man hits the embankment and rolls crazily down to the bottom into the thick underbrush alongside the tracks. Close shot, body. It lies in the bushes, still, unmoving, dead. Camera pans away to the quiet, peaceful countryside as the sound of the train fades off until there is silence once more. Title music begins with a crash. Fade in. Exterior, Megève, day. A handsome and elegant hotel perched on the mountainside overlooking the French resort town. A large open sun deck, tables, gaily colored parasols, sunbathers. One of the latter is Regina Lampert, a lovely young girl. She is, besides taking in the sun, involved in her favorite activity, eating. Then, a dark, ominous shape intrudes in the foreground. Focus changes to bring into sharp relief a revolver, shining, black, and ugly in the sunlight. Reggie, unaware of her danger, continues to eat. The finger tightens around the trigger, and finally the gun shoots. A stream of water arcs, with unerring aim, straight into Reggie's face. Another angle, including Jean-Louis, a French boy of 6 or so. Reggie looks at him sternly. Jean-Louis, in for trouble? Oh, là. Reggie, don't tell me you didn't know it was loaded. Sylvie. Wider angle. Sylvie Godet, French, attractive, blonde, in her early 30s, comes from the railing of the sun deck to join Reggie and Jean-Louis. Reggie, isn't there something constructive he can do, like start an avalanche? Sylvie, to Jean-Louis. Va jouer, mon ange. Jean-Louis scampers off, content to have gotten off so lightly. Sylvie notices Reggie's lunch, which consists of cold chicken, potato salad, rolls and butter, wine and coffee. Sylvie, when you start to eat like this, something is the matter. No answer from Reggie. Sylvie begins reading a magazine as Reggie continues eating. Reggie, Sylvie, I'm getting a divorce. Sylvie, ça alors? From Charles? Reggie, he's the only husband I've got. I tried to make it work, I really have, but... Sylvie, but what? Reggie, I don't know how to explain it. I'm just too miserable. Reggie picks up a chicken leg and starts off. Sylvie regards the devastated table before following. Sylvie, it is infuriating that your unhappiness does not turn to fat. Interior, swimming pool, day. A magnificent indoor, glass-enclosed pool. The vista of snow-covered mountains seen through the ceiling-high windows beyond. Reggie and Sylvie are passing through, their conversation continuing. Sylvie, but why do you want a divorce? Reggie, Because I don't love him. Sylvie. But that is no reason to get a divorce. Exterior, hotel terrace, day. An open balcony running around two sides of the pool. Sun worshippers lying in deck chairs. Reggie and Sylvie appear, their conversation continuing. Sylvie. With a rich husband and this year's clothes, you will not find it difficult to make some new friends. Reggie, sitting. I admit I moved to Paris because I was tired of American provincial, but that doesn't mean I'm ready for French traditional. I loathe the idea of divorce, Sylvie, but if only Charles had been honest with me, that's all I ask of anybody, the simple truth. But with him, everything is secrecy and lies. He's hiding something. Something frightening, something terrible and evil. She stops as she is aware of a weird figure hovering over her. She wheels, terrified. Close shot, Peruvian snow mask. A strange, grotesque knitted mask that completely covers the face except for eyes, nose, and mouth. The eyes inside this particular mask stare down at Reggie. Man. Does this belong to you? Camera pans down to include Jean-Louis, his hand held firmly by the man in the mask. Wider angle, including Reggie, Man, Sylvie, and Jean-Louis. Reggie is too terrified to answer. Realizing this, the man, Peter Joshua, takes off the snow mask to reveal a handsome tanned face. Peter. Oh, forgive me. Indicating Jean-Louis. Is this yours? Reggie, indicating Sylvie. It's hers. Where'd you find him? Robbing a bank? Peter. He was throwing snowballs at Baron Rothschild. We don't know each other, do we? Reggie. Why? Do you think we're going to? Peter. I don't know. How would I know? Reggie. I'm afraid I already know a great many people. Until one of them dies, I couldn't possibly meet anyone else. Peter, smiling. Yes, of course. But you will let me know if anyone goes on the critical list? He starts off. Reggie. Quitter. Peter, turning. How's that? You give up awfully easy, don't you? Eyeing one, then the other, Sylvie sizes up the situation and rises. Sylvie. Viens, Jean-Louis. Let us take a walk. I have never seen a Rothschild before. Sylvie and Jean-Louis start off, but not before the boy squirts Peter with his pistol. Peter, drying. Clever fellow. Almost missed me. Reggie. I'm afraid you're blocking my view. Peter, moving. Sorry, which view would you like? The one you're blocking. This is the last chance I have. I'm flying back to Paris this afternoon. What's your name? Peter Joshua. I'm Regina Lampert. Is there a Mr. Lampert? Yes. Good for you. No, it isn't. I'm getting a divorce. Please, not on my account. No, you see, I don't really love him. Well, you're honest anyway. Yes, I am. I'm compulsive about it. Dishonesty infuriates me. Like when you go into a drugstore. I'm not sure Well, you go in and you ask for some toothpaste, the small size, and the man brings you the large size. You tell him you wanted the small size, but he says the large size is the small size. I always thought the large size was the largest size, but he says that the family size, the economy size, and the giant size are all larger than the large size, that the large size is the smallest size there is. Oh, I guess. Is there a Mrs. Joshua? Yes, but we're divorced. That wasn't a proposal. I was just curious. Is your husband with you? Oh, Charles is hardly ever with me. First it was separate rooms, now we're trying it with cities. What do people call you? Pete? Mr. Joshua. He turns to go. Well, I've enjoyed talking with you. Reggie. Now you're angry. Peter. No, I'm not. I've got some packing to do. I'm also going back to Paris today. Oh, well, wasn't it Shakespeare who said, when strangers do meet, they should ere long see one another again? Shakespeare never said that. How do you know? It's terrible. You just made it up. Well, the idea's right anyway. Are you going to call me? Are you in the book? Charles is. Is there only one Charles Lampert? Close shot, Reggie, her face clouding. Lord, I hope so. Exterior, Avenue Phare, Lampert apartment house, day. The Arc de Triomphe at the far end of the avenue. Camera pans to pick up a taxi as it pulls up before the handsome building. Inside are Reggie, Sylvie, and Jean-Louis. Medium shot, taxi, Lampert apartment house. As Reggie climbs out and the driver begins unloading her suitcases. Reggie. Goodbye, Sylvie, and thanks. She turns toward the house. Jean-Louis sticks his head out of the taxi window. Jean-Louis. When you get your divorce, will you be going back to America? Medium shot, the taxi. Reggie looks at Sylvie, surprised. Sylvie. He knows everything. Reggie, to Jean-Louis. Don't you want me to stay? Jean-Louis. Yes, of course, but if you went back and wrote me a letter... Reggie. You could have the stamps. I'll get you some here, okay? Jean-Louis. Okay. Reggie walks toward the house with the driver, who carries her cases. She presses the button that electrically opens the front door. Interior apartment landing, day. As the elevator rises, Reggie gets out, followed by the driver. He puts down the bags in front of the apartment door. Reggie, handing him a tip. Merci. The driver leaves. She goes to the door and presses the minuterie, the button that turns on the time light, and the lights come on. Then she rings the doorbell. There is no answer. She rings again. Still nothing. Sighing, she digs out her keys and starts to fit it into the lock. At this moment, the minuterie expires, plunging the scene into darkness. Reggie's voice. Wonderful. She finds the button and the light goes on again. She inserts the key and turns it. Interior, Lampert apartment, entrance hall, day. Close shot, door as it opens, and Reggie steps into the close shot. She stops, her expression changing. Reverse shot. From Reggie's point of view as camera pans the entrance hall. It is bare. No furniture, no rug, no pictures, no nothing. Medium shot, Reggie. She stares for a moment, then goes back out into the landing. Interior, apartment landing, day. As Reggie steps back outside, she looks at the nameplate beside the door. Insert nameplate. It reads, Mr. and Mrs. Charles Lampert. Interior, apartment landing, day. Reggie looks at the plate in disbelief, then turns and hurries back into the apartment. Interior, Lampert apartment, day. As Reggie hurries into the entrance hall. Reggie. Honorine! No answer. Now, camera following, she goes into the salon. It is also empty, stripped bare. There are squares of the wall's original color where paintings used to hang, the hooks still on the wall. She rushes now, going into the bedroom, camera following crazily, lurching and careening behind her. The bedroom, too, is empty. She goes to the built-in wardrobe closets and throws open all the doors. Only some hangers remain. She pulls open the drawers. Nothing. Reggie. Charles! She turns and, running now, goes through another door to the library, camera following. The rows of shelves are as empty as the rest of the apartment. She begins to turn in a circle, looking for something, anything. In a panic, she turns and runs out, colliding suddenly with a man whom she, and we, have not noticed until the moment of impact. Reggie screams. Close shot, Inspector Grandpierre. A heavy-set man of no particular age, with tobacco-colored hair and thick glasses. Grandpierre. Madame Charles Lampert? Wider angle, including Reggie in a state of near shock. Reggie. Yes? Grandpierre. I am Inspector Edouard Grandpierre of the Police Judiciaire. Would you be so kind as to come with me, please? Interior, morgue, day. We see a large metal drawer being opened, and an all too familiar shape outlined under a damp sheet of muslin. Another angle overhead. Looking straight down at the tops of Reggie's, Grandpierre's, and an attendant's head, and smack into the open drawer. Grandpierre lifts a corner of the sheet at the bottom and reveals a bare foot with a ticket tied to its big toe. He stoops to read it. Satisfied, he recovers the foot, then moves to the other end to uncover the head. As the sheet starts to lift, reverse shot. Reggie, as she looks down into the camera. She closes her eyes for a moment, then looks again. Grandpierre's voice, off-scene. Well, madame? She nods. Grandpierre's voice, off-scene. You are positive? She nods again. Grandpierre moves into the shot. Grandpierre. You loved him? Reggie. I'm very cold. Grandpierre nods as he turns to the unseen attendant. Camera suddenly moves as the drawer is slid back into the wall. Blackness comes with a loud clang and continues while the echo dies. Interior, Grandpierre's office, day. Close shot, desk drawer from above as it is pulled open. A photograph of Charles Lampert lies face up in the drawer. A hand reaches in and pulls it out. Wider angle, including Grandpierre sitting behind his desk and Reggie sitting across from him. The office is as bare as most policemen's offices. Grandpierre studies the photo. Grandpierre. We discovered your husband's body lying next to the tracks of the Paris-Bordeaux railroad line. He was dressed only in his pajamas. Do you know of any reason why he might have wished to leave France? Reggie. Leave? Grandpierre. Your husband possessed a ticket of passage on the Maranguap. It sailed from Bordeaux for Maracaibo this morning at 7. Reggie. A pause. I'm very confused. She starts to rummage through her bag. Grandpierre shoves a package of French cigarettes across the desk to her. But she pulls a package of nuts out of her bag. She begins separating the shells with her thumbnail and eating the nuts, depositing the shells in the ashtray. Grandpierre watches this for an instant. Grandpierre. He was American? Reggie. Swiss. Grandpierre. Oh, Swiss. His profession? Reggie. He didn't have one. He was a wealthy man? don't know, I suppose so. About how wealthy would you say? I don't know. Where did he keep his money? I don't know. Besides yourself, who is his nearest relation? I don't know. Grand-Pierre, exploding. C'est absurde, madame. Totalement absurde. Reggie, I know. I'm sorry. Grand-Pierre, it is all right. Grand-Pierre sighs, puts down his pencil, and pushes a button on the desk. He removes a cigar from his desk and inserts it into his mouth. Grand-Pierre, is it all right? Reggie, I wish you wouldn't. He rips the cigar out of his mouth and slams it back into the drawer, closing it fiercely. A uniformed policeman sticks his head in the door. Grand-Pierre. Les effets de l'Empire. The policeman leaves and closes the door. Grand-Pierre. On Wednesday last, your husband sold the entire contents of the apartment at a public auction. Furniture, clothing, kitchenware, everything. The gallery, in complying with his wishes, paid him in cash. 1,250,000 new francs. In dollars, $250,000. The authorities in Bordeaux have searched his compartment on the train. They have searched it thoroughly. They did not find $250,000, madame. He opens the desk drawer, puts the cigar back in his mouth, and lights a match by scratching it against the glass desktop before he remembers Reggie's request. He puts it back in the drawer again. The door opens and the policeman enters again, this time carrying a wicker basket which he deposits on Grand-Pierre's desk, and leaves. Grand-Pierre peers into the basket. Grand-Pierre. These few things are all that was found in the train compartment. There was no other baggage. Your husband must have been in a great hurry. He begins to take them out, placing them on the desk, identifying each item as he does. One wallet containing 4,000 francs, one agenda. Pausing, he opens the notebook. His last notation was made yesterday, Thursday. Reading. 5 p.m. Jardin des Champs-Élysées. Looking up. Why there? Reggie. I don't know. Perhaps he met somebody. Grand-Pierre, dryly. Obviously. Returning to the items in the basket. One ticket of passage to South America. One letter, stamped but unsealed, addressed to you. Reggie, lighting up. A letter? May I see it? Grand-Pierre hands her the letter and watches her closely as she reads it. Reggie, reading. My dear Regina, I hope you are enjoying your holiday. Megève can be so lovely this time of year. The days pass very slowly, and I hope to see you soon. As always, Charles. P.S. Your dentist called yesterday. Your appointment has been changed. She looks up, puzzled. Not very much, is it? Grand-Pierre. We took the liberty of calling your dentist. We thought perhaps we would learn something. Reggie. Did you? Yes. Your appointment has been changed. He smiles at his little joke, then returns to the basket. One key to your apartment, one comb, one fountain pen, one toothbrush, one tin of tooth powder. He looks up. That is all. He slides a sheet of paper and pen across to her, then starts to put the things back into the basket while he speaks. If you will sign this list, you may take the things with you. Reggie, sighing. Is that all? Can I go now? Grand-Pierre. One more question. Is this your husband's passport? He reaches into the desk drawer and pulls out a passport, which he hands to her. Insert passport. The cover indicates that it is Swiss. Reggie's hand opens it to a picture of a man. The man we saw in Grandpierre's photo. Under it is the name Charles Lampert. Medium shot, Reggie and Grandpierre. Reggie. Of course it is. Grandpierre. And this? He hands her another passport. Insert second passport. The cover is American. When it is opened, we see the identical picture, but the name under it reads Charles Voss. Medium shot, Reggie and Grandpierre. Reggie. I don't understand. Grandpierre. And this? And this? He hands her, one at a time, 2 more passports. Insert third and fourth passports. One is Italian, which, when opened, shows the same photo with the name Carlo Fabri. The other is Venezuelan, the same photo, and the name Carlos Moreno. Medium shot, Reggie and Grandpierre. Grandpierre. Have you nothing to say, madame? Reggie looks down at the 4 passports, then back to Grandpierre. Reggie, hopefully. It's all right if you want to smoke your cigar now. Interior, Lampert apartment, dusk. The house is empty as before. Now it is silent, the late afternoon light coming from outside. Reggie stands by a window. A canvas airline bag rests on the floor nearby. Suddenly there is the noise of a door opening. Closer shot, Reggie, as her head turns in alarm toward the noise. There's a moment of silence, then footsteps are heard, coming closer. Another angle, as Peter enters. Reggie, surprised. What are you doing here? Peter. I phoned, but nobody answered. I wanted to tell you how sorry I am, and to find out if there was anything I could do. How did you find out? It's in all the afternoon papers. I'm very sorry. Thank you. A silence. Peter. I rang the bell, but I don't think it's working. Reggie. Yes, it is. I heard it this morning. He looks around for the light switch, then goes to it and flicks it on. Nothing happens. He flicks it a few more times. Reggie. They must have turned off the electricity. She shakes her head. Peter looks around. Peter. Where did everything go? Reggie. Charles sold it all, at auction. Peter. Do you know what you're going to do? Reggie. Try and get my old job back at UNESCO, I suppose. Doing what? I'm a simultaneous translator, like Sylvie, only she's English to French, I'm French to English. That's what I did before I married Charles. The police probably think I killed him. Instant divorce, you mean? Something like that. But I'm sorry it ended like this, tossed off a train like a sack of third-class mail. Peter, taking her hand. Come on, you can't stay here. I don't know where to go. We'll find you a hotel. Not too expensive, I'm not a lady of leisure anymore. Something modest but clean, and near enough to UNESCO so you can take a cab when it rains, okay? She nods. He picks up the airline's bag and they start out. Reggie stops at the door and looks back. Reggie. I love this room, but Charles never saw it, only what was in it. All those exquisite things. She looks around. I think I prefer it like this. Interior, funeral chapel, day. Close shot of a phonograph. A hand appears, starts the record on it spinning, then places the arm at the beginning. An instant later, organ music starts with a roar. Interior, funeral chapel, day. Close shot of the coffin. It rests on a low platform, with a bouquet or two of flowers near the head, the lid open. Inside, the face made up to look lifelike, but failing, lie the remnants of Charles Lampert. Close shot, Grand-Pierre. The inspector sits quietly, eyes downcast, staring at his hands in a prayer-like attitude. Camera pulls back, revealing row after row of empty wooden bench-like seats in the large, dimly lit, high-ceilinged room. Finally, in the first row, Reggie and Sylvie are discovered. Besides Grand-Pierre, they are the only ones present. Reggie turns around to look at the empty room. They speak in whispers. Reggie: "It's not exactly what I'd call a large turnout." Sylvie: "Didn't Charles have any friends?" Reggie: "Don't ask me, I'm only the widow," indicating Grand-Pierre. "If Charles had died in bed, we wouldn't even have him." Sylvie: "At least he knows how to behave at funerals." Close shot, Grand-Pierre, his eyes still lowered. Camera pans down to feature his hands. He is methodically trimming his nails with a small clipper. Two shot, Sylvie and Reggie. Sylvie: "Have you no idea who could have done it?" Reggie: "Until 2 days ago, all I really knew about Charles was his name. Now it turns out I didn't even know that." The front door of the chapel is heard opening, and a shaft of daylight streams in. The women turn. Medium shot, chapel door. The short, heavy-set figure of a man is outlined against the bright outdoor light. He stands for a moment, then closes the door after him. Leopold Gideon, short-sighted, bald, in his middle 40s, glances around nervously, like a barnyard bird. Then he walks down one of the side aisles of the chapel. Close shot, Grand-Pierre, as he watches Gideon. Close shot, Reggie, as she watches him. Medium shot, the bier. Gideon arrives at the coffin. He stops, looks down at Lampert's body for a moment. Then suddenly, in rapid succession, he sneezes 6 times. He takes a small bottle from his pocket, shakes a pill from it, and swallows it dry. He turns and walks back up the aisle, looking for a place to sit. He comes face to face with Grand-Pierre, stops, turns to sit somewhere else. Two shot, Reggie and Sylvie. Sylvie: "Do you know him?" Reggie: "I've never seen him before." Sylvie: "He must have known Charles pretty well." Reggie: "How can you tell?" Sylvie: "He's allergic to him." Sylvie turns and glances at Gideon. Again, the sound of the door opening interrupts them. They turn to look. Medium shot, chapel door. Again, the figure of a man is outlined in silhouette against the outside brightness. When he closes the door, we can see Tex Penthollow, a slim, rangy man with sandy-colored hair, a weather-beaten face, washed-out blue eyes, also in his 40s. He wears a velvet corduroy suit, string tie, and a bright yellow flower in his lapel. A Bull Durham tag hangs from his outside breast pocket, dangling from its string. He starts down the aisle toward the bier, camera leading him, and we notice his unsteady gait. He turns to look at the others present. Traveling shot, Tex's point of view, moving down the aisle. Grand-Pierre's face, then Gideon's, then Reggie's, and Sylvie's, all staring at camera. Medium shot, the bier, As Tex arrives, he stands staring at Lampert's body, swaying on his feet, until he reaches out and grabs the side of the coffin to steady himself. Then he takes the flower from his lapel and throws it into the open box. Close shot, Tex. Tex, heavy Texas accent. Arrivederci, Charlie. Wider angle, as Tex turns away from the coffin and approaches Reggie and Sylvie, addressing the latter, after having first reached for his hat, which he discovers he isn't wearing. Tex. Ms. Lampert, ma'am? Sylvie points to Reggie. Unruffled, Tex starts over, addressing Reggie this time. Ms. Lampert, ma'am? Reggie. Yes? Tex. Charlie had no call to handling it this way. He sure didn't. No sirree. Reggie. I don't understand, but Tex has nodded his head and moved off to find a seat. When he spots Gideon, the two men stare at each other. Finally, Tex chooses a seat away from him and sits. Medium shot, chapel door. It flies open, this time with a bang, and a large man who appears almost fills the frame. Closer shot, Tex. As the loud noise awakens him with a snort, mid-snore. Medium shot, the door. Closing the door, we see Herman Scobie, a heavyweight, tall and wide, but not fat, with black hair combed straight back and heavy bushy eyebrows of a matching color, which meet over his nose and join up. About the same age as the first two men, Scobie is dressed in a battered raincoat, his hands thrust deep in his pockets. He marches down the aisle, looking straight ahead, camera panning with him. He stops before the coffin and stares into it. Close shot, Scobie. As he stares down into the coffin, his tongue trying to dislodge a bit of food caught in his teeth. He stares hard at the body, squinting his eyes. Then he removes one hand from his pocket, removes a pin from the inside of his lapel, picks his teeth with it, then slowly lets the hand down into the coffin. Close shot, Scobie's hand. The pin held between the thumb and forefinger, he jabs it slowly but positively deep into the back of one of the dead man's hands. There is no reaction. Close shot, Scobie. He watches the dead man carefully, still squinting. Then, finally satisfied, he returns the pin to his lapel and walks back up the aisle and out of the door, slamming it after him. Close shot, Reggie. Having watched Scobie exit, suddenly a hand falls on her shoulder. She jumps in alarm and utters a little cry of fright. Another angle, featuring a funeral attendant, a cadaverous type, aren't they all, with a black cutaway coat and an over-solicitous, unctuous manner. He is eternally bent at the waist, in a sort of half-bow. He offers Reggie a letter, which she takes. Reggie. Merci, monsieur. Attendant. Pas du tout, madame. Pardon, pardon, pardon. He backs off and is gone. Reggie looks at the letter, back and front, then starts to open it. Sylvie. Who is it from? Reggie. The American Embassy. She pulls out the letter and starts to read it. Insert the letter. It bears the Great Seal as a letterhead, and the typed message reads, Dear Mrs. Lampert, please drop by my office tomorrow at 12:30. I am anxious to discuss the matter of your late husband's death. Sincerely, signed, H. Bartholomew. Two shot, Reggie and Sylvie. Sylvie has been reading over Reggie's shoulder. Sylvie. What is it about? Reggie, I don't know. But if this is a sample of American diplomacy, I'm buying a fallout shelter. Exterior, the American Embassy. Establishing. Day. The fine old building in the Rue Gabrielle. Interior, Embassy corridor. Day. As Reggie leaves the elevator, two young diplomatic types step in, immersed in conversation. First diplomatic type. I bluffed the old man out of the last pot with a pair of deuces. Second diplomatic type. What's so depressing about that? First diplomatic type. If I can do it, what are the Russians doing to him? The elevator door closes on them. Reggie reacts to this and starts down the hall, finally stopping at the door. Medium shot, door. It is marked 307A, H. Bartholomew. Reggie checks the letter, then opens the door. Interior, Bartholomew's outer office, day. The office is empty. The typewriter on the secretary's desk is covered with its plastic shroud. Reggie enters, looks for somebody, notices that the door to the private office is slightly ajar. Reggie, tentatively, hello? There is no answer. Hello? Bartholomew's voice, off-scene, from the private office. Is there anything wrong, Miss Tompkins? Reggie. Miss Tompkins isn't here. Bartholomew comes to the door and looks in. He is a pale, gray-haired man who looks, on first examination, older than his 40-odd years. Sickly would be the word that describes him best. Pallid, consumptive-looking. He wears heavy, tortoise-framed glasses, which fall down his nose and cause him to push them back in place every so often with a quick, automatic motion. Bartholomew. I'm sorry, my secretary must have gone to lunch. You are? Reggie. Mrs. Lampert. Mrs. Charles Lampert. Bartholomew, looking at his watch. Come in, Mrs. Lampert. You're quite late. He motions for her to enter, standing aside to let her do so. Interior, Bartholomew's private office, day. A small cubicle. There is a silver-framed photo of 3 kids on the desk. Bartholomew indicates a chair, then goes behind his desk and sits. A can of lighter fluid stands open on the desk, and a crumpled hanky beside it. Bartholomew. Excuse me for a moment, Mrs. Lampert. It's a stubborn little devil. He works at a stain on his necktie with lighter fluid and hanky. Bartholomew. Dry cleaning-wise, things are all fouled up. I had a good man, an excellent man, on the Rue Pontieu, but HQ asked us to use the plant here in the building to ease the gold outflow. Reggie. Mr. Bartholomew, are you sure you know who I am? Bartholomew, looking up. Charles Lampert's widow, yes? Going back to the tie. Last time I sent out a tie, only the spot came back. He looks up at her, laughs silently, then goes back to his tie. Bartholomew. Voila, as they say. He puts away the lighter fluid in a desk drawer, smells the hanky, passes on it, then sticks it in his pocket. He opens another drawer and pulls out various sandwiches wrapped in wax paper, a salt and pepper shaker, a tube of mustard, a bottle of red wine, and 2 Dixie cups. Bartholomew. Have some, please. I've got liverwurst, chicken, and liverwurst. Reggie. No thanks. He uncorks the wine, fills a cup, and begins eating. Bartholomew. Do you know what CIA is, Mrs. Lampert? Reggie. I don't suppose it's an airline, is it? Bartholomew. Central Intelligence Agency. CIA. You mean spies and things like that? Only we call them agents. We? You mean you're... Someone has to do it, Mrs. Lampert. I'm sorry, it's just that I didn't think that you people were supposed to admit... I'm not an agent, Mrs. Lampert. I'm an administrator, a desk jockey, trying to run a bureau of overworked men with underallocated funds. Congress seems to think that all a spy needs... Agent. Yes, that all he needs is a code book and a cyanide pill and he's in business. What's all this got to do with me, Mr. Bartholomew? Bartholomew, his mouth full. Your husband was wanted by the U.S. government. Reggie. May I have a sandwich, please? He hands her a sandwich and fills a wine cup for her. Bartholomew. To be more specific, he was wanted by this agency. Reggie, eating. So that was it. Yes, we knew him, of course, by his real name. Reggie, almost choking. His real... Bartholomew. Voss. Charles Voss. All right, Mrs. Voss, taking a photo from his desk. I'd like you to look at this photograph, please. By the way, you saw this one, didn't you? Indicating the kids on the desk. Scott, Kathy, and Ham, Jr. Reggie. Very sweet. Bartholomew. Aren't they? Now look at this one, Mrs. Voss, and... Reggie. Stop calling me that. Lampert's the name on the marriage license. Bartholomew. Yes, and tell me if you recognize anyone. Just a moment. Have a good look. He reaches back into the drawer and pulls out a glass, which he gives her. Close shot, photo. 4 men, all in army uniform, sitting behind a table. The glass is held over the first, magnifying the face. Closer shot, photo. It's a photo of a young Charles Lampert. Reggie's voice, off scene. It's Charles. Bartholomew's voice, off scene. Very good. Reggie. He looks so young. When was this taken? 1944. The next face, please. The glass and camera move to the next man. A young Tex. Reggie's voice, off scene. It's the man who came to the funeral yesterday, I'm sure of it. A tall man in a corduroy suit and string tie. Bartholomew's voice, off scene. Does the man Tex Penthollow mean anything to you? No. Next, please. The glass and camera move to the third face. A young Gideon. Yes, and he was there too. A little fatter now, and less hair, but it's the same one. Do you know him, Mrs. Lampert? Leopold W. Gideon? No. The last one, please. The glass and camera move to the fourth face, a young Scobie. That's a face you don't forget. He was there too. Herman Scobie. And you've never seen him before either? No, thank heaven. Medium shot, Reggie and Bartholomew. Bartholomew, a pause, regarding her. Mrs. Lampert, I'm afraid you're in a great deal of danger. Reggie. Danger? Why should I be in any danger? You're Charles Voss's wife. Now that he's dead, you're their only lead. Mr. Bartholomew, if you're trying to frighten me, you're doing a really first-rate job. She takes another sandwich. Bartholomew. Please, do what we ask, Mrs. Lampert. It's your only chance. Reggie. Gladly, only I don't know what you want. You haven't told me. Oh, haven't I? The money. Mrs. Lampert, the money. The $250,000 Charles Voss received from the auction. Those 3 men want it, too. They want it very badly. But it's Charles's money, not theirs. Bartholomew, laughing. Oh, Mrs. Lampert, I'd love to see you try and convince them of that. Drying his eyes. Oh dear. Reggie. Then whose is it? His or theirs? Bartholomew. Ours. Reggie. She looks at him for a moment. Oh, I see. Bartholomew. And I'm afraid we want it back. But I don't have it. That's impossible. You're the only one who could have it. I'm sorry, it's impossible. It's the truth. Bartholomew is silent for a moment, thinking. I believe you. Thanks very much. Oh, you've got the money all right. You just don't know you've got it. Mr. Bartholomew, if I had $250,000, believe me, I'd know it. Nevertheless, Mrs. Lampert, you've got it. You mean it's just lying around someplace, all that cash? Or a safe deposit key, a certified check, a baggage claim? You look for it, Mrs. Lampert. I'm quite sure you'll find it. But look for it, Mrs. Lampert. Look just as hard and as fast as you can. You may not have a great deal of time. Those men know you have it just as surely as we do. You won't be safe until the money's in our hands. Is that clear? Reggie nods. He writes something on a pad of paper and tears it off, handing it to her. Bartholomew. Here's where you're to call me, day or night. It's a direct line to both my office and my apartment. Don't lose it, Mrs. Lampert, and please, don't tell anyone about coming to see me. It could prove fatal for them as well as yourself. Reggie. Wait a minute. You think those 3 men killed Charles, don't you? Bartholomew. We've no proof, of course, but we rather think so, yes. Well, there you are. Charles had the money with him, so whoever killed him has it. They have it. Bartholomew shakes his head. Reggie. Why not? Bartholomew, grimly. Because they're still here. Oh. Like I said, Mrs. Lampert, I'm afraid you're in a great deal of danger. Remember what happened to Charles. Reggie takes the last sandwich and begins eating furiously. Exterior, Esplanade des Champs-Élysées. Day. Medium shot, Guignol. One of the French Punch and Judy shows set up on certain days in the small park alongside the broad avenue between the Rond-Point and the Place de la Concorde. At the moment, Judy, as always, is beating Punch with a bat. The sound of children laughing and screaming can be heard. Various close shots, the children. Sitting on small benches lined up to face the stage. Their attention is fixed on the show, their belief totally suspended by the play, as only children's can be. Laughing at the slapstick, booing the villain, frightened by the perils. Medium shot, Reggie. Sitting on the last bench, next to some children. They are laughing, but she isn't. She just watches. Her attention caught up, but her face void of emotion. The bench is too low for her, forcing her knees up almost under her chin. After a moment, Peter comes up behind her and, stepping over the benches, sits beside her. She doesn't seem to notice. Throughout the following scene, the children and the actors can be heard in the background. Peter. Reggie. She turns and looks at him for a moment. Reggie, vaguely. Hello, Peter. Peter. You telephoned me to meet you. I've been standing on the corner back there waiting for you. I'm sorry, I heard the children laughing. A roar from the children. Reggie and Peter turn toward the stage. Medium shot, Guignol. Punch and Judy are arguing loudly. Two-shot, Reggie and Peter. Peter. What's going on? Reggie. Don't you understand French? Peter. I'm still having trouble with English. Reggie. The man and the woman are married. Close shot, Guignol stage, Punch and Judy are batting each other on the head. Peter's voice, off-scene. Yes, I can see that. They're batting each other over the head with clubs. Finally, Judy knocks Punch out of sight, and a puppet wearing a three-cornered hat appears. Peter's voice, off-scene. Who's that with the hat? Medium shot, Grand-Pierre. Wearing a hat, he stands off in the background, watching. Reggie's voice, off-scene. That's the policeman. He wants to arrest Judy for killing Punch. Close shot, Guignol stage. Judy and the policeman are batting one another. Peter's voice, off-scene. What's she saying now? Reggie's voice, off-scene. That she's innocent. She didn't do it. She did all right. Take it from me. I believe her. Punch's head appears on the other side of the stage, says something, then ducks out. Peter's voice, off-scene. Who was that? Reggie's voice, off-scene. Punch, of course. Two-shot, Reggie and Peter. Peter. Of course. I thought he was dead. He's only pretending to teach her a lesson, only, her face clouding. Only he is dead, Peter. I saw him. He's not pretending. Somebody threw him off a train. What am I going to do? Charles was mixed up in something terrible. Peter. I wish you'd let me help you. Whatever it is, it doesn't sound like the sort of thing that a woman can handle all by herself. Close shot, Guignol stage. Judy has gotten the upper hand and is now batting the policeman's brains out. Close shot, Grand-Pierre as he winces. Two-shot, Reggie and Peter. Peter. Have you got a mirror? She nods. Give it to me. She hands it to him, and he holds it in front of her face. Peter. Right there, between your eyes. See? Worry lines. You're much too young and too pretty to have anything like that. How about making me vice president in charge of cheering you up? Reggie, jumping at the suggestion. Starting tonight? Interior, nightclub, night. Medium shot. MC. He stands on the dance floor in front of a 5-piece Latin dance band, a spotlight on him, wearing his professional smile as he speaks into a mic. MC. Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren. Ce soir, comme tous les soirs, l'attraction ici, au Black Sheep Club, c'est vous. Venez, mesdames et messieurs, step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Kommen Sie her, meine Damen und Herren. Avanti, signori e signori, avanti. Medium shot, Reggie and Peter. At their table. Reggie is dressed in a lovely Givenchy dress. Peter. What was all that? Reggie. Fun and games. Evidently we're the floor show. Peter. You mean you and me? Reggie. No, everyone. Come on, avanti, avanti. She rises and pulls him along. Wide angle, including the dance floor as most of the patrons go to it, laughing self-consciously and looking around. MC. Écoutez bien. Les règles sont très simples. The rules are very easy. Deux équipes, 2 teams, each with 1 orange, une orange, eine he does it. Comme ça, and pass to the player behind you, sans vous servir de vos mains, using nothing but the chin, no hands, and keeping the orange at all costs from touching the floor. Commencez, mesdames et messieurs, begin, ladies and gentlemen, signori et signori, cominciate. The MC now circulates, forming teams, telling the patrons to line up, making sure there is a woman next to every man. Reggie and Peter are the second couple in their line. Then the MC picks up a basket of oranges and places one under the chin, held securely against the chest of each man at the head of the line. Blowing a whistle, a signal for the game to begin and the band to play, the men turn to the women behind them and attempt to transfer the oranges from under their chins to under the chins of the women, without using their hands. This maneuver can only be accomplished by embracing one's partner passionately and firmly pressing the orange against the partner's throat, until he or she can grip it tightly enough with the chin to turn and offer it to the next person in line, where the process begins anew. However, the slightest miscalculation, which can be brought about by any number of human frailties, haste, modesty, inhibition, or lack of coordination, will surely result in losing control of the orange, so that it either falls to the floor, where it can only be picked up by the chin, or it starts to roll and slide from its proper place to some other, less proper spot on the human anatomy, forcing the man or the woman to retrieve it, again with the chin only. This latter is an activity which can prove extremely satisfying to old friends, or even new friends who wish to become old friends, but can only be a torment for total strangers and or the English. Various shots. Orange game. Some of the couples in various states of confusion, entanglement, and intimacy, all of them, naturally, hilarious. Two-shot, Peter and girl. It is his turn to take the orange from a very short but quite shapely young girl in a strapless dress, held up by an abundance of cantilever. Peter takes when he sees the twin obstacles which might and probably will encumber the game, but increase his worldly experience. The contest begins. Because of her stature, he is forced to move in low, making the ordinary embrace needed for success difficult, if not impossible. Then, inexorably, the orange starts to slip down the girl's front. Manfully, he goes after it. Close shot, Reggie. She is enjoying it thoroughly. Two-shot, Peter and girl. Bending over backwards in a sort of frontal half Nelson, Peter makes a last valiant effort and voila, grips the orange under his chin, amid much cheering and congratulations from members of his team. Now he turns to Reggie and they face one another for a moment. Peter, en garde. Reggie, lay on, Macduff. They go at it, working their bodies together to make it all possible. Then, for a moment, the game and the onlookers seem less important than their proximity. But alas, they are too good despite themselves, and the transfer is accomplished, again with appreciative cheers from the team. Reggie, with the orange now tucked firmly under her chin, turns to the next team member in line and is locked in an embrace before she realizes her partner is Leopold Gideon, the short, fat, balding man seen at the funeral and later in Bartholomew's photo. Reggie starts to draw back, but Gideon holds her tightly. Putting his chin around the orange, he is able to speak quietly in Reggie's ear. Close two-shot. Reggie and Gideon. Her eyes show her fright as he whispers, Mrs. Lampert. Reggie, what do you want? Gideon, didn't Charles tell you, Mrs. Lampert? Tell me what? It doesn't belong to you, Mrs. Lampert. You do know that, don't you? I don't know anything. Mrs. Lampert, any morning now you could wake up dead. Leave me alone. Dead, Mrs. Lampert. Like last week's news, like Charles, Mrs. Lampert. Reggie, shouting, stop it. Close shot, Reggie's and Gideon's feet, as Reggie hauls off and kicks Gideon full in the shin. Close shot, Gideon. He stiffens as the pain registers. Instead of shouting, he merely closes his eyes. Wider angle, including Reggie and Gideon and Peter standing by, as well as some spectators. Peter comes quickly forward. Peter, Reggie, what's the trouble? Reggie realizes that Gideon no longer offers any resistance. She steps back, leaving Gideon holding the orange foolishly under his chin, his eyes still closed. Reggie stares at him for a moment. Reggie, he was stepping on my foot. Close shot, Gideon. Slowly, his eyes open and tears stream from them, rolling down his cheeks. He speaks while holding the orange. Forgive me, it was quite unintentional, I'm sure. Wider angle. Gideon turns to the woman behind him and the game resumes. Reggie, starting off. Wait for me, I won't be long. She goes off toward the rear of the club and starts down a flight of stairs. Close shot, Peter, watching her go, a concerned look on his face. Interior, nightclub lounge, night. A small, dimly lit area with a door to the combination men's-women's room and a phone cabin with a solid door. The music and shouting from upstairs float down. Reggie comes down the stairs and goes to the phone, flicking on the light and closing the door after her. Interior, phone booth, night. Reggie takes a jeton, a phone token, from her bag and drops it in the slot. Then she takes out a slip of paper, the one given her by Bartholomew, and dials the number written on it. She listens to it ring, then evidently he answers. Reggie into phone. Mr. Bartholomew, it's me, Reggie Lampert. Listen, Mr. Bartholomew, I've seen one of the... She stops. Mr. Bartholomew, can you hear me? She realizes she has not pushed the button which takes her coin and allows the party at the other end to hear her voice. Reggie. Hello, Mr. Bartholomew, it's me, Regina Lamb. Suddenly, the door of the booth opens and Reggie wheels to look, slamming the receiver down as she does. Reverse shot, phone booth, night. Tex Penthollow, the second man from the funeral, and photo, the man in the corduroy suit and string tie, stands in the doorway, his face calm, a hand-rolled but unlit cigarette in his mouth. He has put one foot up against the side of the door so she can't leave. Reggie stares at him, terrified. Tex. Howdy, Ms. Lampert. Reggie. What do you want? Tex takes a book of matches from his pocket. Tex. You know what I want, Miss Lampert? Reggie. No, I don't. Tex. Come on now, sure you do, and you'd better give it to me, Miss Lampert, 'cause I ain't foolin'. No siree, Bob. He strikes a match and lights his cigarette, holding the burning match in his hand afterward. Reggie. I don't know what. Tex, without a word, throws the still-lit match into the booth, onto Reggie's lap. She beats it out frantically. What are you doing? Tex lights another match and throws it into her lap. She beats this one out too. Stop that. Tex. Don't make too much noise, Miss Lampert. He lights another match and reaches out toward her hair with it. She shrinks back. Tex. It could get a whole lot worse. Then he throws it into her lap. As he continues to speak, he punctuates each phrase or so with another lit match. Reggie is too busy beating them out to do anything else. Tex. It belongs to me, Miss Lampert. And if you don't give it to me, your life ain't gonna be worth the paper it's printed on. You savvy what I'm saying, Miss Lampert? Reggie. Please stop, please. You think on it real careful like, Miss Lampert. You hear? Close shot, Reggie, as she frantically beats out the matches, her eyes on her work. Reggie. You're insane, absolutely insane. She looks up, then blinks her eyes. Interior, phone booth over Reggie's shoulder. There is no one there. Reggie rises and steps out of the booth. Interior, nightclub lounge, night. As Reggie looks around, there is no one there. Interior, phone booth. As Reggie returns, sits and starts to put another jeton into the slot. She notices her hand is shaking. She reaches back into her bag, removes a piece of candy, puts it into her mouth, and leans her head back against the wall, closing her eyes. Suddenly, the door opens and Reggie shrieks, but this time it is Peter. Peter. What are you doing in here? Reggie, a sigh of relief. Having a nervous breakdown. Interior, hotel lobby, night. Reggie and Peter enter the deserted lobby. Peter. You haven't said a word since we left the club. What happened back there? Reggie. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to tell you or not. Peter. I don't think I follow you. He said if I told anybody it could prove fatal for them as well as me. Who said? That's what I'm not supposed to say. Stop this nonsense. If you're in some sort of trouble, I want to know about it. Stop bullying me. Everybody's bullying me. I wasn't. Yes, you were. You called it nonsense. Being murdered in cold blood isn't nonsense. Wait until it happens to you sometime. She goes to the desk, followed by Peter, where the night clerk greets them sleepily. Bonsoir. Reggie. Bonsoir. 42, s'il vous plaît. The night clerk gets the key off a hook and hands it to Reggie. Bonne nuit. Reggie, to Peter. Would you mind seeing me to the door? Peter. Of course not. They go to the elevator, where he opens the door for her. Interior, elevator, night. As Reggie and Peter enter the small cage, it is somewhat cramped, forcing them to stand close together. Reggie. This is quite a place for making friends, isn't it? He presses the button, and the elevator starts to rise. Peter. You said this afternoon that your husband was mixed up in something. Reggie, busy examining the cleft in his chin. How do you shave in there? Peter. What was it? What was what? What your husband was mixed up in. Look, I know it's asking you to stretch your imagination, but can't you pretend for a moment that I'm a woman and that you're... Peter. Don't you know I could already be arrested for transporting a minor above the first floor? The elevator stops. Peter. We're here. Reggie. Where? On the street where you live. How about once more around the park? He reaches across her and opens the door. Out. Interior, hotel corridor, third landing, night. As Reggie leaves the elevator, followed by Peter, they walk to her door. There is a moment of silence as she looks at him. Reggie, imitating Peter. Him, do you mind if I come in for a nightcap, Reggie? Her, well, it is awfully late. Him, just one, all right. Her, promise you'll behave yourself? Him, sorry, baby, I never make promises I can't keep. Peter, how would you like a spanking? Reggie, how would you like a punch in the nose? Stop treating me like a child. Peter, then stop acting like one. If you're really in some kind of trouble, I'd like to hear about it. Otherwise, it's late, I'm tired, and I'm going home to bed. Reggie, do you know what's wrong with you? What? Nothing. Good night. Peter, good night. He turns and leaves. She smiles slightly, then turns and puts the key into the door and opens it. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Featuring the door. Reggie enters, then stops abruptly, the doorknob still in her hand. Another angle. The room has been torn apart, and standing in the center is Herman Scobie, the large man in the battered raincoat. He starts slowly advancing toward Reggie. Scobie, where is it, lady? Where have you got it? Close shot, Reggie, terrified. I don't know. She stops as she sees something. Close shot, Scobie's hand. Instead of a human hand, there is a twin-pronged metal one. Wider angle. Scobie sees where Reggie is staring, looks down at it himself, then lunges at her, raising the hand to strike. Scobie, I want it. Give it to me. It's mine. The hand is starting to come down. Reggie, moving quickly, turns and flies out. Reggie, screaming, Peter, Peter! Interior, hotel corridor, third landing, night. As Reggie runs out, slamming the door after her, the metal hand crashes against the wooden panel inside the door and splinters through it, visible on this side now. Petrified with fear, Reggie can only stare dumbly at the protruding claw. Another angle, as Peter comes running up to her. He sees the metal hand. Reggie, a man, he tried to kill me. Pulling her aside, Peter takes hold of the key, still in the outside lock, and turns it slowly and quietly. Then, using all his weight, he slams the door open as far as it will go, making sure to hold it that way as he steps in. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Inside, Peter pulls back the door and slugs the startled Scobie full on the jaw. His head bangs against the wall, but he manages to raise a foot and push Peter violently away, sending him sprawling back, toppling across the bed and over, head first, onto the floor on the other side, where he disappears. Hurrying, Scobie puts his foot against the door and pushes it away, ripping his metal hand free. He then rushes to the open window and climbs out. Interior, hotel corridor, third landing, night. Reggie waits anxiously. When she hears nothing, she gingerly looks into the room. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie, entering cautiously. Peter? Alarmed. Peter, where are you? another angle, showing the disarranged room, empty of people. Then, slowly, Peter's hand appears from behind the bed, shaking groggily. Reggie rushes to him and helps him sit on the bed. Reggie, Peter, are you all right? Peter, I think I sprained my pride. He looks around. Where'd he go? Reggie, out of the window, I guess. I didn't see him. Peter goes, unsteady on his feet, to the window and looks out. He then turns back. Peter, lock the door and the window, and don't let anyone in except me. I'll be back in a minute. Reggie, be careful, Peter. Peter, one leg over the sill. You took the words right out of my mouth. He climbs out. Exterior, hotel window, 3rd floor, night. Outside the window to Reggie's room is a small, false balcony, consisting mostly of railing with barely enough room between it and the building's facade for a man to stand. Peter appears and looks down over the railing. Exterior, hotel sidewalk, from above, night. Shooting straight down, there is no one on the street, and it is too far to jump. Medium shot, Peter, balcony. He now looks around. Reggie's is the last such balcony on one side, but there are 2 or 3 on the other. Peter climbs over the railing and, holding onto it with one hand, reaches for the railing on the next balcony. Close shot, Peter's hand. As it stretches for the railing, it is several inches short of touching it. Medium shot, Peter, as he straightens up and prepares to jump. Exterior, hotel facade, night. From the ground. Peter, high above, jumps to the next balcony. Medium shot, Peter, as he climbs over the railing of the second balcony. He sees a light coming in through the window and looks in. Woman's voice, off scene. Oh! Peter leaves the window quickly, climbing over the railing on his way to the next balcony. As he does, the following exchange is heard, in British English. Man's voice, off scene. What is it now, Pamela? Woman's voice, off scene. It happened again, Henry. Another strange man peered in the window at me and then went away. Man's voice, off scene. Bad luck, Pamela. Exterior, hotel, facade, night. From the ground as Peter jumps to the next balcony. Medium shot, Peter, as he climbs over the rail to the third balcony. There is a light coming from this window, too. Peter looks in. Medium shot, window, over Peter's shoulder. Inside the room are Gideon, Tex, and Scobie, in the midst of a heated discussion. Gideon. That was a dumb move, Herman. A dumb move. Tex. And then some. If you'd only told us you was going to her room, we could have kept him busy. Interior, Gideon's hotel room, night. Tex. But sneaking in there on your own that way, why, man, you was bound to get your tuchus kicked. I mean, what'd you think you'd do, walk up and shake you by that hand of yours? Peter's voice, off scene. That's right, Herman. You didn't leave me much choice. They all turn toward the window. Wider angle, as Peter climbs in through the window and joins them. Peter, to Scobie. I didn't hurt you, did I? Scobie shakes his head and turns away. Gideon, eagerly. Never mind that. Did you get the money? Peter. How could I with the 3 Marx brothers breathing down my neck? You said you'd let me handle it alone. The girl trusts me. If she's got it, I'll find out about it. But you've got to leave me alone. Scobie, to Gideon and Tex. We took all the chances. The money belongs to us, not him. Tex. Don't be unneighborly like Herman. Don't forget he done us a little old favor. Scobie. Yeah? What's that? Tex. He took care of Charlie for us. Gideon. To Peter. We appreciate it, really, we do. Scobie. But who asked him? 3 shares are enough. I'd say he's out. Peter. 1/3 of nothing is nothing, Herman. Make up your minds. She's waiting for me. Gideon, thoughtfully. I don't see how another 24 hours could hurt. Tex. Shoot, no, not after all these years. Scobie. Then he gets it out of your share, not mine. Not mine. Scobie turns and storms out of the door, slamming it. Gideon begins sneezing, takes a bottle of pills from his pocket, and swallows 2 white tablets. Gideon. I suggest you get about your business. Nothing soothes Herman like success. Tex, chuckling. That's right. It's like tickling an alligator's belly. Peter. Who's got the room next to hers? Tex. Me. How come? Peter. Get another one, will you? I'm going to need it. Peter starts for the door. Tex. If you do find the money, you won't forget to tell us about it, will you, fella? Peter, turning at the door. Don't worry. Tex. Oh, I ain't worrying, but seeing this pudgy little fella here, indicating Gideon, he worries, and he's even meaner'n I am. Interior, Reggie's room, night. As she waits anxiously, smoking a cigarette, there is a knock at the door. Reggie. Who is it? Peter's voice, off-scene. It's me, Peter. Reggie unlocks the door and opens it. Peter enters and she closes the door again. Peter. There was no trace of him. All right, Reggie. Suppose you tell me what this is all about. Reggie. There are 3 men. He's one of them. They think I have something that belongs to them. Peter. What? Reggie. $250,000. Peter is silent for a moment. Peter. Go on. Reggie. That's all. No, it isn't. Where's the money? I don't know. Those men killed Charles to get it, but he must not have had it with him on the train. So they think he left it with you. But he didn't. I've looked everywhere. Tears welling. And if I don't find it, those men are going to kill me. She falls in his arms to be comforted. No, they won't. I won't let them. Reggie, sobbing. Please help me, Peter. You're the only one I can trust. Peter. Of course I'll help. I told you I would, didn't I? Come on now. He takes out his handkerchief and dries her eyes. Reggie. I'm so hungry I could faint. Trying to smile. I've gotten your suit all wet. Peter. That's all right. It's a drip dry. Peter, you've got to promise me something. Promise you'll never lie the way Charles did? Why do people have to tell lies? Peter. Usually it's because they want something, and they're afraid the truth won't get it for them. Do you tell lies? A pause. The phone rings. Reggie answers it. Reggie into the phone. Hello? Interior, outdoor phone booth, night. Scobie holds the receiver in his metal hand. Scobie. Mrs. Lampert? It's me, the man who was in your room a few minutes ago. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie on the phone. What do you want? Peter, whispering. Who is it? Reggie, covering the receiver. The man you had the fight with. Interior phone booth, night. Scobie, on the phone. Is Dial with you? Interior, Reggie's room, night. Close shot, Reggie. Reggie. Who? Interior, phone booth, night. Scobie, on the phone. The man who hit me, lady. Dial. That's his name. What's wrong? Is he still there? Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie's back is turned to Peter, so he can't see her face. He watches her. Reggie, on the phone. Yes, that's right. Peter. What is it, Reggie? What's he saying? She shakes her head. Interior, phone booth, night. Scobie, on the phone. Don't trust him. Don't tell him anything. He's after the money. He hangs up. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Slowly, Reggie lowers the phone from her ear and hangs it up. She hesitates a moment. Peter. What did he say? Reggie. He said if I didn't give him the money, he'll kill me. Peter. I wouldn't take that too seriously. Reggie. I believe what he said. They're only trying to scare you, that's all. How do you know what they're doing? I don't. But as long as they think you have the money, or know where it is, or have it without knowing where it is, or don't even know you have it. What are you talking about? You mustn't let what he said bother you. It was only words. Reggie, softly. Words can hurt very much. Peter, a pause. Go to sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Reggie. Don't put yourself out. Peter. Hey, I'm on your side. Remember that. Yes, I'll remember. Good night. Good night. He starts out, pausing by the door and examining the hole Scobie made in it. Peter. But if you'll take my advice, smiling, you'll undress in the closet. Oh, and if you need me, just bang on the wall. I'll be next door. Interior, hotel corridor, third landing, night. As Peter, now called Dial, leaves Reggie's room and closes the door. He pauses for a moment, listening, hears nothing, then bends down and starts pulling at a loose thread in one of his socks. As usual, the thread unravels and unravels and unravels some more until it seems that the entire sock has come unknit. Now, taking the long thread, he bends down near the door and, taking his tie pin, attaches one end of the thread to the bottom of Reggie's door. He then runs the thread along the floor to his door, next door, and works it underneath. Interior, Dial's room, night. As Dial enters, the thread in his hand. He goes to a nearby table where he attaches the thread to the heavy room key, which he then balances on the extreme edge of the table. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie is on the phone. Reggie, excited. But I am calm, Mr. Bartholomew. What I called to tell you was there's someone else, someone who wasn't in that photograph you showed me. He says his name is Peter Joshua, but it isn't. It's Dial. Mr. Bartholomew, are you still there? Interior, Bartholomew's apartment, night. Bartholomew on the phone. He is silent for a moment, his face troubled. Bartholomew. I don't know who this Mr. Dial is, but it's just possible we were wrong about who killed your husband. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie, on the phone. You mean he might have... Mr. Bartholomew, I'm catching the next plane out of here. I'm not going to sit here and wait for someone to make chopped liver out of me. Interior, Bartholomew's apartment, night. Bartholomew on the phone. Where are you now? Can you meet me? Do you know Leal? Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie on the phone. Yes, where? A pause. In 15 minutes. I'll be there. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie hangs up the phone, picks up her bag, checks her hair in the mirror, then starts for the door. She stops as she notices the connecting door leading to the room next door, Dial's room. She goes to it, silently slips out the key, and bends to peer through the keyhole. Interior, Dial's room, night, through keyhole. Dial is removing his coat. Before he lays it over a chair, he takes a gun from the inside pocket, checks it, and tucks it into his belt. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie reacts in surprise and fright, jumps quickly away from the door. She hurries to the door leading to the hall and reaches for the knob. Interior, Dial's room, night. Close shot, room key. The thread attached to it is pulled by the action of Reggie's door opening, and the key falls to the floor with a clatter. Wide angle, including Dial as he reacts, his head wheeling to look at the key. Snatching his coat, he runs for the door. Interior, hotel corridor, third landing, night. As Reggie sneaks past Dial's door. When she has passed, the door opens and Dial appears. Reggie takes off on the run, turning the corner and starting down the stairs. Dial. Reggie! He starts after her. Interior, hotel lobby, night. It is deserted except for the sleeping night porter, as Reggie comes running down the stairs. Dial's voice, off-scene. Reggie! She turns, looking back toward the sound of his voice, but does not slacken her speed. She runs out the front door. Exterior hotel entrance, night. As Reggie runs out, she looks up the street, sees a taxi, and hails it. Reggie. Taxi! It pulls over to the curb. Looking once more over her shoulder, she takes a bill out of her pocket, opens the cab door, slams it loudly without getting in, and hands the bill to the driver. Reggie. N'importe où, vite! Allez! She jumps back into the shadows of a nearby doorway as the taxi pulls away. At the same time, Dial runs out of the hotel. Another taxi is coming down the street. Dial hails it frantically. Dial. Taxi! Taxi! It pulls up and Dial opens the door. Dial, pointing. Follow that taxi. Driver. Comment? Dial. Taxi, follow. Driver. Je ne comprends rien. Desperately, Dial reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a small dictionary and begins flipping through the pages. Close shot, Reggie. In the shadows, she lifts her eyes in annoyance. Medium shot, taxi. Dial, finding the word. Suivre el taxi. Driver. Ah, oui, monsieur. Another angle. Reggie comes out of the shadows, looks after Dial's taxi, then hails another one which pulls up. Reggie, to driver. Aux halles, vite. Exterior, les halles, night. Reggie and Bartholomew walking. The central market is teeming with activity. Trucks creeping around other trucks, cases of fruit and vegetables stacked on every inch of sidewalk, workers of all types milling around, unloading trucks and stacking crates, little electric carts scooting in and out, and nearby one of the huge high-roofed sheds where the butchers work. Two shot, Reggie and Bartholomew. Camera leading them as they walk. Bartholomew looking around. Incredible, isn't it? Zola called it le ventre de Paris, the womb of Paris, the belly. She takes a banana from a nearby stall. Reggie peeling it. What did you want to see me about, Mr. Bartholomew? Bartholomew leaves a coin on the crate. Were you followed? Reggie. Yes, but I lost him. I really did it quite brilliantly. I'm beginning to think women make the best spies. Bartholomew. Agents. Reggie. He has a gun, Mr. Bartholomew, I saw it. Who? Dial, or whatever his name is. What does your Mr. Dial look like, Mrs. Lampert? He is hardly my Mr. Dial. Describe him. Well, he's tall, over 6 feet, rather thin, in good physical shape, I'd say. Dark eyes, quite handsome, really. Bartholomew, shaking his head. No. Reggie. No what? Bartholomew. That's not Carson Dial. Reggie, stopping. Carson? Bartholomew. There's only one Dial connected with this affair, Mrs. Lampert. That's Carson. Reggie. You mean you've known about him all along? Why didn't you tell me? Bartholomew looks at her for a moment, then glances around. His attention is drawn inside the doorway. Bartholomew. It's enough to make you a vegetarian, isn't it? Interior, Leal Butcher's shed, night. Almost as far as the eye can see, row upon row of beef sides hung on hooks. Two shot, Reggie and Bartholomew, traveling. As Reggie looks at the hanging beef. Reggie. It's just lucky that I'm not hanging next to one of those things right now. She shudders, throws away her banana, and turns back to Bartholomew. Reggie. Mr. Bartholomew, why didn't you tell me you knew about Dial? Bartholomew. I didn't see any point. Dial's dead. Reggie. Dead? Mr. Bartholomew, maybe you'd better tell me what this thing's all about. Interior, Leal Bistro, night. Lined up at a zinc bar are several butchers, their white smocks stained with blood. Reggie and Bartholomew sit at the table. Bartholomew. I suppose you're old enough to have heard of World War II? Reggie. Barely, yes. Bartholomew. In 1944, 5 members of the OSS, the Military Espionage Unit, were ordered behind the German lines for the purpose of delivering $250,000 in gold to the French underground. The 5 men... A waiter arrives. Waiter. Vous désirez? Reggie, smiling. They always do that. Bartholomew, to the waiter. Café. Reggie. Gratiné, choucroute, garni, salade de pommes, et un ballon de rouge. Bartholomew. Mrs. Lampert, I really hadn't planned on spending the entire night here. Reggie. Can I at least keep the onion soup? Bartholomew shrugs. Reggie, to the waiter. La soupe tout simplement. The waiter nods and goes. Reggie, anxiously. Go on, please. 5 men, $250,000, the French underground. Bartholomew. Yes, the 5 men. They were, of course, your husband, Charles, the 3 men who showed up at his funeral yesterday, and Carson Dial. But something went wrong and they were unable to locate their contact. It must have been at that point that they decided to steal the money. Reggie. Steal it how? Bartholomew. By burying it, and then reporting that the Germans had captured it. All they had to do was come back after the war, dig it up, and split it 5 ways. $250,000 with no questions asked. Reggie, fascinated. May I have a cigarette, please? Bartholomew pulls out a package and she takes one, looks at it and rips off the filter tip. He winces. Reggie, I hate these things. It's like drinking coffee through a veil. She puts the other end in her mouth, then picks up the matches and lights it. Bartholomew, everything went smoothly enough until after the gold was buried. Then, before they could get out, they were ambushed by a German patrol. A machine gun separated Scobie from his right hand and caught Carson Dial full in the stomach. Reggie takes another cigarette from his pack, rips off the filter, he winces again, and puts it into her mouth. Bartholomew, what's wrong with that one? He points to the cigarette she just lit, still practically brand new in the ashtray. Reggie, oh, nothing, I guess. What happened then? She hands over the newer one to Bartholomew, who sadly examines its mutilated end while Reggie returns to the first cigarette. Bartholomew, have you any idea what these things cost over here? Reggie, please go on, Mr. Bartholomew. What happened then? Bartholomew, Scobie was able to travel, but Carson Dial was clearly dying, so they... The waiter returns with the coffee and onion soup. Waiter, la soupe, c'est pour qui? Reggie, pour moi. Go on, Mr. Bartholomew. The waiter puts down the cup and bowl and leaves. Bartholomew, Carson was dying, so they were forced to leave him. They finally got back to the base, made their report, and waited for the war to end. Only Charles couldn't wait quite as long as the others. He beat them back to the gold, took everything for himself, and disappeared. It's taken Gideon, Tex, and Scobie all this time to catch up with him again. Reggie, but if they stole all that money, why can't you arrest them? Bartholomew, we know what happened from the bits and pieces we were able to paste together, but we still have no proof. Reggie, but what has all this got to do with the CIO? Bartholomew, CIA, Mrs. Lampert. We're an extension of the wartime OSS. It was our money and we want it back. Reggie, I'm sorry, Mr. Bartholomew, but nothing you've told me has changed my mind. I still intend to leave Paris tonight. Bartholomew, I wouldn't advise that, Mrs. Lampert. You'd better consider what happened to your husband when he tried to leave. Those men won't be very far away, no matter where you go. In fact, I don't even see any point in your changing hotels. Please help us, Mrs. Lampert. Your government is counting on you. Reggie, well, if I'm going to die, I might as well do it for my country. Bartholomew, that's the spirit. Reggie, oh, stop it. What do you want me to do? Bartholomew, we're anxious to know who this man is, the one calling himself Dial. Reggie, maybe he really is Dial. He could still be alive. Bartholomew, no, Mrs. Lampert. Reggie, but no one actually saw him die. No, Mrs. Lampert. His death is registered with the War Department in Washington. Oh, then who's this one? I don't know, but I think you better find out, don't you? Me? Why me? You're in an ideal position. He trusts you. Besides, you said yourself, women make the best spies. Agents. Exterior hotel. Place Saint-André-des-Arts. Late afternoon. Dial leaves the hotel and turns into the place. A moment later, Reggie comes cautiously from the hotel. As she watches Dial, a sandwich man advertising a driving school passes the hotel. Reggie falls in behind him, his tall placard hiding her from view. Exterior, place, late afternoon. First comes Dial, passing a sidewalk cafe on the corner. Then the sandwich man and Reggie. The sandwich man turns off, leaving Reggie out in the open. A moment later, Dial passes a girl painting a canvas, her easel set up in the middle of the sidewalk. He stops when he has passed her and turns to look at her work. Reggie, not knowing what to do, and afraid she will be seen by Dial, who is now looking her way, spins and sits at the sidewalk cafe's nearest table, her back to Dial. It is already occupied by a middle-aged tourist. Two-shot, Reggie and tourist. The tourist, complete with camera, beret, and guidebook, looks up from his coffee, surprised. He stares at Reggie, and she stares back. Finally, not knowing what else to do, she smiles, then takes a portion of his brioche and eats it. He smiles back emptily, not knowing what to make of her. Reggie turns to look at Dial. Medium shot, Dial. He has made his judgment of the painting and now moves on. Two-shot, Reggie and tourist. The tourist has finally found the courage to speak. As he opens his mouth to make a sound, Reggie, her eyes on Dial, rises quickly from the table and goes, leaving a very confused tourist with his mouth open. He blinks, then leaves some money on the table and starts after her. Exterior, Place, late afternoon. Reggie following Dial. As she passes the girl painting, she cannot resist turning to see the work. Close shot, painting. An abstract jumble, nothing recognizable. Close shot, Reggie, as she looks from the painting to reality. Exterior, Place, late afternoon. As the scene really looks. Medium shot, Reggie. She shrugs, continues after Dial. Now we see that the tourist, in turn, is following her. Tourist, calling, Fräulein. Reggie doesn't stop. Tourist, Fräulein. Reggie, turning but continuing. What are you doing, following me? Stop it. We're going to look like a parade. She continues after Dial. The tourist hesitates, then continues after her. Medium shot, Dial. He goes to the curb and starts to step off, attempting to cross the Rue d'Anton, but finds the light against him. He turns back in Reggie's direction. Medium shot, Reggie. Realizing she has to do something before Dial spots her, she turns and takes the tourist's arm and starts walking with him back toward the cafe. Reggie, smiling and rattling on. How are you? When did you arrive in town? Are you enjoying Paris? It's lovely, isn't it? So many wonderful things to see and do, it makes one's head spin to think of it. She looks back over her shoulder and sees that Dial is now crossing the Rue d'Anton, heading for the platform of a bus now stopped at the curb. Tourist, smiling, Fräulein. Reggie pulls away from him. Reggie, if you don't stop following me, I'll call the police. She leaves him standing there, more confused than ever, as she starts after Dial again. Dial has hopped on the back of the bus as it pulls away. Reggie hurries across the street, hailing a taxi. Reggie, taxi! Interior, American Express, late afternoon. Dial enters. Camera panning with him to the head of a stairway leading downstairs. A sign indicating that it leads to the mailroom and telephones. Camera pans back to the door as Reggie enters. Interior, American Express mailroom, late afternoon. Dial walks to one of several windows. A sign over it reading, A to D. Medium shot, stairs. Reggie comes down the stairs. Suddenly, she stops. Medium shot, Dial. Camera zooms in to sign on the letter D. Close shot, Reggie. A confused look on her face. Medium shot, Dial. As his turn comes, he addresses the clerk. Dial. Dial, please. D-Y-L-E. Clerk. Yes, Mr. Dial, I remember. Close shot, Reggie, watching. Medium shot, mail window. The clerk takes out a bundle of letters and quickly sorts through it. Clerk. I'm sorry, Mr. Dial, nothing today. Dial. Thanks. See you soon. He turns and heads out, starting up the stairs where Reggie was, but is no longer. As he reaches the 4th or 5th step, a voice is heard over the loudspeaker. Voice, off scene. Mr. Dial, please, you're wanted on the telephone. Mr. Dial, cabin 4. Dial stops in his tracks, pondering what to do. Voice, off scene. Mr. Dial, cabin 4, please. He stops and comes down the stairs, going to the back of the room and into the cabin marked number 4. Dial, picking up the phone. Yes? Camera dollies across an empty cabin to discover Reggie in the 3rd one on the phone. Interior, Reggie's cabin. Reggie on the phone. Interior, Dial's cabin. Dial on the phone. Reggie. Good morning, Mr. Dial. Dial. Reggie? Reggie. It's the only name I've got. How about you? Dial. No cat and mouse. You've got me. What do you want to know? Reggie. Why you lied to me. I had to. For all I knew, you could have been in on the whole thing. Well, you know now, so please tell me who you are. But you know my name, it's Dial. Carson Dial is dead. Yes, he is. He was my brother. The army thinks he was killed in action by the Germans, but I think they did it. Tex, Gideon, and Scobie, and your husband, because he wouldn't go along with this scheme to steal the gold. I think he threatened to turn them in and they killed him. I'm trying to prove it. They think I'm working with them, but I'm not, and that's the truth. I'm on your side, Reggie. Please believe that. How can I? You lied to me the way Charles did, and after promising you wouldn't. Oh, I want to believe you, Peter. Oh, but I can't call you that anymore, can I? It will take me a while to get used to your new name, which I don't even know yet. What is it? Aren't you going to tell me? Hello? She opens the door of the cabin and starts out. Medium shot, phone cabins. As Reggie steps out of her cabin and starts looking in the others. They are all occupied except one, and she looks inside it. Close shot, empty cabin. The receiver hangs by its cord, swinging back and forth. Medium shot, Reggie, as she looks at it, confused. Interior, American Express, day. Dial and Scobie stand together, waiting for the elevator. Scobie clearly holding a gun in the pocket of his raincoat. Scobie, quietly. If you do anything funny or try to talk to anyone, I'll kill you, Dial. Here and now, okay? Dial. You'll wreck your raincoat. The self-service elevator doors open. 1 or 2 passengers come out, and Dial and Scobie enter. A young girl starts in after them. Scobie. Next car, please. He reaches out and presses the top button with his metal hand. The doors close. Interior, top floor landing, late afternoon. As Scobie follows Dial out of the elevator, Scobie looks around. There is an open door at the end of a short hall. He and Dial go to it, camera following. Through the door, which Scobie closes behind them, is a flight of stairs, leading up to a second floor. Scobie. Okay, turn around. Dial turns to find Scobie's gun out of the pocket and pointing at him. Scobie now transfers it to his metal hand and goes to Dial, where he proceeds to frisk him. Finding the gun Dial carries in his inside coat pocket, Scobie removes it. During the following conversation, he will shake open the revolving magazine and let the bullets fall out onto the floor before handing back the emptied gun to Dial. Then he will transfer his own gun back to his good hand. Scobie, sit down. Shrugging, Dial sits on the third step. Dial, what now? Scobie, we wait, with our mouths shut. Interior, American Express, night. The last employees leave the building as the watchman locks the front door after them. Interior, top floor landing, night. In the semi-darkness, Dial is still sitting on the third step, Scobie still facing him with a gun. Dial, how long do you intend... Scobie, I said with the mouth shut. Dial yawns wide. Dial, sorry about that. Scobie, okay, up there. Dial gets to his feet and starts up the stairs, followed by Scobie. Dial stops at the door. Dial, do I knock or something? Scobie, open it. Dial opens the door. The stairs continue up. Scobie, keep going. Dial, the view had better be worth it. Exterior, American Express, rooftop, night. A spectacular view of the Paris rooftops and the city lights beyond. Dial and Scobie come out onto a level portion of the roof. On the street side, the roof angles down abruptly into a steep, slate-covered pitch, broken only by two widely separated oval-shaped dormer windows. Below these is a rain gutter, then nothing, for 7 stories. Dial, very pretty. Now what? Scobie, I'll give you a chance, Dial, which is more than you'd give me. Where's the money? Dial, is that why you dragged me all the way up here, to ask me that? She has it. You know that. Scobie, and I say maybe you both have it. One more time, Dial, where is it? Dial, supposing I did have it, which I don't, do you really think I'd hand it over? Scobie, you're out, Dial, right now. Scobie aims the gun and starts advancing toward Dial. Scobie, step back. Dial turns and looks. There is nothing behind him but a sheer drop to the street. Dial, back where? Scobie, that's the idea. Moving quickly, Dial lashes out and hacks Scobie's gun hand with the side of his palm, and the gun falls to the roof. Following through, Dial punches the large man full in the jaw, but instead of falling, Scobie wraps his arm around Dial, holding on tightly until his head clears. Then, to his amazement, Dial is lifted into the air and, unable to break the bear hold, carried toward the edge of the roof. Working his arms between their two bodies, Dial suddenly flails them out with all his strength, and the hold is broken, but at the price of his coat and the flesh on his back, as Scobie's metal claw rips through both, a wound extending from the center of Dial's back to his shoulder. Both men look around for the gun, spot it simultaneously, and leap for it, both landing short of the mark. Now they grapple with one another, each trying to break free and reach for the gun. Close shot, their hands. 2 hands, one real, one metal, inch toward the gun. Medium shot, Dial and Scobie. The battle is going to Scobie, whose weight and strength are beginning to tire Dial, who is now on his back, trying to stop Scobie from crawling over him. He has the large man by both lapels of the raincoat in a last-ditch effort to hold him. But Scobie, his face horribly distorted from the strain, continues to inch forward toward the gun. Suddenly, Dial releases his hold. With nothing restraining him, Scobie lurches forward, tumbling past the gun, his momentum carrying him onto the sloping part of the roof, where he begins to slide down. Scobie beats wildly at the slate with his claw, trying to gouge a grip. Close shot, Scobie's claw. As it slides across the slate, making a hideous scratching sound and causing sparks to fly. Medium shot, Scobie, as he slides over the edge and disappears. Close shot, Dial, as he watches, hypnotized. Close shot, roof edge. There appears to be no sign of Scobie. Then camera zooms in for a tight close shot of Scobie's metal hand, gripping the rain gutter at the very edge. Medium shot, Dial. Having seen the claw, he rises and walks to the very edge of the level part of the roof. Dial. Herman? Medium shot, Scobie, as he hangs 7 stories over the street by his metal hand. Scobie. Yeah? Medium shot, Dial. He finds it hard to believe. Dial. How are you doing? Scobie's voice, off-scene. How do you think? Dial. If you get bored, try writing "Love thy neighbor" 100 times on the side of the building. Dial turns and leaves, going down the stairs. Interior, hotel corridor, 3rd landing, night. The hotel manager is busy taping a piece of cardboard over the hole ripped in Reggie's door by Scobie's metal hand the night before. Dial leaves the elevator and goes to his own door. The manager eyes him coldly. Dial takes the look. Dial. I didn't do it. Manager. The next time Madame forgets her key, there's another one at the desk. Dial smiles, then enters his room. Interior, Dial's room, night. He closes the door and starts to remove his torn coat, wincing. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie, smoking on the bed, sits up when she hears Dial moving about in his room. She goes to the connecting door, unlocks her side, tries the knob, finds it still bolted from his side, and knocks. Reggie. Is that you? Interior, Dial's room, night. Dial goes to the door, throws back the bolt, and opens the door. Reggie enters. Reggie. Didn't anyone ever tell you it's impolite to... Seeing his injured back. What happened? Dial. I met a man with sharp nails. Reggie. Scobie? I left him hanging around the American Express. Come on, I've got something that stings like crazy. She leads him into her room. Interior, Reggie's room, night. As Reggie and Dial enter from his room, she leads him to the bed. Reggie. Take off your shirt and lie down. As Reggie goes to the bathroom, Dial takes off his torn shirt, revealing a torn and bloody t-shirt. He lies face downwards on the bed. Reggie returns, carrying cotton, gauze, tape, scissors, and disinfectant. She sits next to him and lifts up his t-shirt to examine the wound. Dial, wincing. Listen, all I really want is an estimate. Reggie. It's not so bad. You may not be able to lie on your back for a few days, but then you can lie from any position, can't you? She wets the cotton with disinfectant and begins cleaning the wound. He winces. Reggie. Does it hurt? Dial. Haven't you got a bullet I can bite? She continues working on his back, cleaning it, then bandaging it while they talk. Reggie. Are you really Carson Dial's brother? Dial. Would you like to see my passport? Your passport? What kind of a proof is that? Would you like to see where I was tattooed? Sure. Okay, I'll drive you around there someday. His back stinging. Ouch. Reggie. Ha ha, you could at least tell me what your first name is these days. Dial. Alexander. Reggie. Is there a Mrs. Dial? Dial. Yes, but we're divorced. Reggie. I thought that was Peter Joshua. Dial, smiling. I'm no easier to live with than he was. Reggie, finishing the bandage. There, you're a new man. As they continue talking, he rises from the bed and goes into his own room. Reggie remains on the bed, watching him through the open door as he puts on a fresh t-shirt and shirt. Dial. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you the truth, but I had to find out your part in all this. Reggie. Alex, how can you tell if someone is lying or not? Dial. You can't. There must be some way. There's an old riddle about two tribes of Indians. The Whitefeet always tell the truth, and the Blackfeet always lie. So one day you meet an Indian, you ask him if he's a truthful Whitefoot or a lying Blackfoot. He tells you he's a truthful Whitefoot, but which one is he? Reggie. Why couldn't you just look at his feet? Dial. Because he's wearing moccasins. Reggie. Oh, well, then he's a truthful Whitefoot, of course. Dial. Why not a lying Blackfoot? Reggie, confused. Which one are you? Dial, entering, smiling. Whitefoot, of course. Reggie. Come here. He goes to the bed. Reggie. Sit down. He sits. I hope it turns out you're a Whitefoot, Alex. I could be very happy hanging around the teepee. Reggie, listen to me. Uh-oh, here it comes, the fatherly talk. You forget I'm already a widow. So was Juliet at 15. I'm not 15. Well, there's your trouble right there. You're too old for me. Why can't you be serious? There, you said it. Said what? Serious. When a man gets to be my age, that's the last word he ever wants to hear. I don't want to be serious, and I especially don't want you to be. Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll just sit around all day long being frivolous. How about that? She starts kissing him on the neck, on the chin, on the cheek. Dial. Now please, Reggie, cut it out. Reggie, pulling back. Okay. Dial. What are you doing? Cutting it out. Who told you to do that? You did. But I'm not through complaining yet. Oh, she starts kissing him again. Now please, Reggie, cut it out. I think I love you, Alex. She kisses him on the mouth. The phone rings. He tries to talk as she continues kissing him. Dial, mumbling. The phone's ringing. Whoever it is won't give up, and neither will I. The phone continues to ring, and she continues to kiss him. Finally, Reggie reaches out to the bedstand and takes the phone off the hook. She brings the receiver up to their mouths and mumbles into it. Reggie on phone. Sorry, I was just nibbling on something. Interior, Tex's room, night. Tex speaks into the phone. Tex. Ms. Lampert, my buddies and me, we'd oblige you mighty highly if you could mosey on across the hall and chew the fat with us for a spell. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Dial is watching her. Reggie on the phone. Can you give me one good reason why I should? Interior, Tex's room, night. Tex on the phone. Yes, ma'am. A little one, about 7 or 8 years old. The little tyke keeps calling you his Aunt Reggie. Ain't that cute? Interior, Reggie's room, night. She covers the phone and turns to dial an alarm. Reggie. They've got Jean-Louis. Dial. That sounds like their problem. Reggie. Into the phone. I'll be right there. Interior, Tex's room, night. Tex on the phone. We'll be waiting in room 47, Ms. Lampert, so you just wiggle on over. Interior, Reggie's room, night. As Reggie hangs up. Reggie. What day is it? Dial. Tuesday. Reggie. Lord, I forgot all about it. Sylvie works late Tuesday nights. She always leaves him with me. They wouldn't do anything to a little boy, would they? Dial. I don't know. It depends on whether or not they've already eaten. Interior, Tex's room, night. Close shot, Jean-Louis. He looks around uncertainly, first one way, then the other. Camera pulls back to show him sitting on Scobie's knee, the large man holding him with his good hand, the metal one in his pocket. Tex sits next to him while Gideon nervously paces the floor. When Gideon begins sneezing, he takes the small bottle of pills from his pocket and downs 1 or 2, swallowing some water. Scobie. Hey, Tex, move the kid to the other knee or something, will you? My leg's going to sleep. Tex lifts Jean-Louis and puts him down on Scobie's other knee. Tex. Oopsie-daisy. Jean-Louis. Are you a real cowboy? Tex. Sure am. Jean-Louis. Then where is your gun? Tex, taking out his gun. Right here, see? Gideon. Will you put that thing away? A knock at the door. Gideon goes to open it. Reggie and Dial enter. She sees Jean-Louis and Tex's gun. Reggie. Jean-Louis. She snatches him off Scobie's lap. Tex. Howdy, Ms. Lampert. Scobie, glaring at Dial. Who invited you? Dial. Hello, Herman. It was a happy landing, I see. Reggie. I'd better call Sylvie. She must be frantic. She starts for the door with Jean-Louis. Gideon blocks her way. Gideon. I'm afraid that we'll have to wait, Mrs. Lampert. Reggie. But his mother... Gideon. She isn't going to be anybody's mother unless you answer some questions. Tex. This ain't no game, Ms. Lampert. Scobie. We want that money, now. Dial, forcefully. Be quiet, all of you. The 3 men look at him, surprised by his tone. Dial. And stop threatening that boy. He doesn't have the money. Mrs. Lampert doesn't either. Scobie. Then who does? Dial. I don't know, Herman. Maybe you do. Scobie. Me? Dial. To Tex. Or you. To Gideon. Or you. Gideon, Tex, and Scobie together. That's the most ridiculous... Are you gone loco? Listen to the man. Dial. Slowly. Suppose one of you found Charles here in Paris, followed him, cornered him on the train, threw him out the window, and took the money. Scobie, after a pause. That's a crock. If one of us did that, he wouldn't hang around here waiting for the other two to wise up. Dial. But he'd have to. If he left, he'd be admitting his guilt, and the others would know what happened. Whoever it is has to wait here pretending to look for the money, waiting for the rest of us to give up and go home. That's when he'll be safe, and not a minute before. A pause as the three men look at one another. Gideon. Up till now we always figured she had the money, but you know so much about it, maybe you've got it. Dial. Then what am I doing here? You didn't know anything about me. I'm the only one who could have taken it and kept right on going. Scobie. He's just trying to throw us off. They've got it, I tell you. Why don't we search their rooms? Dial, exchanging looks with Reggie. It's all right with us. Tex, rising. What are we wasting time for? Let's go. Dial. And while we're waiting, we might as well go through yours. Scobie, stopping. Not my room. Dial. What's wrong, Herman? Have you got something to hide? A pause, then smiling. Then I take it there are no objections. The three men look at one another unhappily. Dial. We'd better exchange keys. Here's mine. Scobie. I'll take that. He takes Dial's key and gives Dial his. Gideon goes to Reggie, takes her key, and gives her his own. Tex. Mine's in the door. Arrivederci, y'all. The three men file out. Dial and Reggie exchange looks. Dial. Come on, let's get busy. Who gets your vote? Reggie. Scobie. He's the one that objected. Dial, handing her the boy. He's all yours. I'll do Tex and Gideon. Take Jean-Louis with you and make sure you bolt the door from inside. Reggie. Viens, Jean-Louis. We're going to have a treasure hunt. Jean-Louis, joining them. Oh la! If I find the treasure, will I win a prize? Reggie, to Dial. What should we give him? Dial. How about $25,000? Or do you think it would spoil him? She smiles, takes Jean-Louis' hand, and leaves. Dial turns to survey Tex's room. He goes first to the drawer in the night table, empty, and the bed, looking in it and under it. Then he goes to the desk and opens the drawers, also empty. The bureau is next. He opens all three double drawers, and they too are completely empty. Frowning, he goes to the armoire and opens it. Shelves and hanging bar are likewise bare. Then, camera panning down, he sees the only thing he's found so far in the room, a pair of fine cowboy boots. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Close shot, airline's bag. Camera pulls back to include Gideon, staring down at it as it lies on the table in the center of the room. Gideon, eyes on the bag. Tex? Another angle, including Tex, busy going through the bureau. He looks up, then joins Gideon. Tex. What's that? Gideon empties the contents of the bag on the table, then starts examining the various items. He opens the wallet. Insert wallet. Inside, the initials CL are printed in gold. Tex's voice, off-scene. Charlie's stuff? Gideon's voice, off-scene. Looks like it. Medium shot, Tex and Gideon. Tex. Maybe we'd better call Herman. Gideon has put the wallet aside and now picks up the letter, removing it from the envelope and reading it. Gideon. What for? If it's not here, why bother him? Tex. And if it is? Gideon, a pause. Why bother him? A broad grin from Tex. They continue going through the items from the bag. Tex. You sure nothing's missing? Gideon. No, the police have kindly provided us with a list. Tex takes the list, examines it, then folds it and puts it in his pocket. They finish with the items from the bag. Tex. There sure ain't nothing here worth no $250,000. Gideon. Not unless we're blind. Tex, staring at Gideon. You think that maybe we're fishing the wrong stream? Gideon. Meaning what? Tex. You don't suppose one of us has it, like the man said? I mean, that'd be pretty distasteful, us being veterans of the same war and all. Gideon, very sincerely. You know I'd tell you if I had it. Tex. Naturally, just like I'd tell you. Gideon. Naturally. And that goes for Herman, too. Tex and Gideon together. Naturally. The two men look at one another, then smile, then laugh. Interior, Scobie's room, night. Reggie on the phone, Jean-Louis standing by. Reggie. He's all right, Sylvie, honestly. Just hurry up and get here. She hangs up and turns to Jean-Louis. Reggie. Come on now, if you wanted to hide something, where would you put it? Jean-Louis. I know, I would bury it in the garden. Reggie. Swell, only this man doesn't have a garden. Jean-Louis. Oh. Afterthought. Neither do I. Seeing something. Voila. Reggie. Voila what? Jean-Louis, pointing. Up there, I would put it up there. Reggie looks to where Jean-Louis is pointing, to the top of the high armoire. Reggie. You know something, Cookie? Why not? Taking one of the straight chairs to the armoire, she stands on it. Although she is still not high enough to see anything, by standing on tiptoes, she is able to reach with her hand over the top and grope around blindly. Reggie. I hope I don't find any little hairy things living up here. Wait, there is something. If I can just... Yes, I'm getting it. A case of some sort. It's heavy. Jean-Louis, jumping up and down. I found it! I found it! Reggie. If you think you're getting credit for this, you're crazy. Jean-Louis, ecstatic. We won! We won! Reggie has finally managed to pull down the case. A rectangular black bag about the size and shape of a trombone case. As she climbs off the chair, Jean-Louis suddenly runs to the door, unbolts it, and runs into the hall, camera panning with him. Interior, hotel corridor, third landing, night. As Jean-Louis runs out into the hall, shouting. Jean-Louis. We found it! We found it! Dial is the first one to appear, coming out of Gideon's room. Tex has also appeared from Reggie's room, followed by Gideon. Jean-Louis. We found it! The three men rush by Jean-Louis and squeeze simultaneously into Scobie's room. Interior, Scobie's room, night. As Dial, Tex, and Gideon enter, Reggie is placing the little straight black chair to its original position. There is no sign of the black case. Dial. Reggie, did you find it? Reggie. No. Gideon. What do you mean, no? Tex. The kid said. Jean-Louis, pointing atop the armoire. Up there, it is up there. Reggie. No, Jean-Louis. Tex grabs the chair and moves it to the armoire, climbing up on it and grabbing the bag. Reggie. It's nothing, I tell you. He brings it to the table as Dial and Gideon crowd around him, anxious to see. Close shots, panning. The ring of faces, one at a time. Tex, his jaw muscles working feverishly. Dial, his eyes unblinking, a slight smile on his lips. Gideon, his mouth open greedily. Group shot. As Tex finally springs the latches and opens the lid. Close shot, case. Inside, neatly packed in velvet fittings, like the parts of a musical instrument, are various portions of and attachments for a metal artificial hand. Tex's voice, off-scene. Jumpin' for holies, it's Herman's spare. Group shot, the three men, as they stare at the case, surprised and just a little embarrassed. Slowly, Tex lowers the lid. The men avoid looking at one another. Wider angle, including Reggie and Jean-Louis by the door. Reggie. Where is he? The men look at one another. Tex. Hey, that's right. Dial, already running. He's in my room. The three men hurry past Reggie and Jean-Louis and out of the door. Jean-Louis. What is the matter? Interior, hotel corridor, third landing, night. Dial, Tex, and Gideon, followed by Reggie and Jean-Louis, cross the hall to Dial's room. Dial turns the key, which is still in the door. He enters, followed by the others. Interior, Dial's room, night. Dial, Tex, and Gideon stand in the center of the room, looking around. Reggie and Jean-Louis wait in the open doorway. The room looks like a cyclone hit the place, but there is no sign of Scobie. The sound of running water can be heard coming from behind the closed door to the bathroom, and Dial is the first to notice the water beginning to leak out from under the door. Dial. Reggie, you and the boy better wait here. Interior, bath, night. Scobie, still dressed in his raincoat, lies face up, his head submerged in the filled tub, the water now pouring over the edge. His face is distorted. Dial's hand appears and turns off the water. Reverse shot, Dial, Tex, and Gideon staring at camera. Tex. Now who'd have done a mean thing like that? Dial, looking carefully at both. I'm not quite sure. Tex. This ain't my room. Gideon. Mine either. Dial, considering the situation. The police aren't going to like this one bit. Gideon, helpful. We could dry him off and take him down the hall to his own room. Looking at the body. He really doesn't look so bad. Tex. We could put him to bed and let one of them femme de chambers find him in the morning. Dial and Gideon look at one another. Tex. Poor old Herman. Him and Good Luck always was strangers. Maybe now he'll meet up with his other hand someplace, but I sure hope it ain't waiting for him in heaven. Interior, Scobie's room, day. Close shot, Scobie. The dead man's eyes are open, his jaw hanging, his head lying crazily on the pillow. Camera pulls back to show him lying in bed, dressed in his pajamas. Camera whirls for a tight close shot of a maid, her eyes widening as the realization that the man is dead strikes her. Then she screams. Interior, Grandpierre's office, late afternoon. Close shot, Grandpierre. The policeman is apoplectic. Grandpierre. No, 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 no. Camera pulls back to include Reggie, Dial, Tex, and Gideon, all sitting silently in the inspector's office. Grandpierre. A man drowned in his bed, impossible, and in his pajamas, the second one in his pajamas. C'est trop bête. Stop lying to me. tapping the side of his nose. "This nose tells me when you are lying. It is never mistaken, not in 23 years. This nose will make me commissar of police," tapping his fingers on his desk. "Mr. Dial or Mr. Joshua, which is it?" "Dial." "Dial." "Grand-Pierre." "And yet you registered in Megève as Mr. Joshua. Do you know it is against the law to register under an assumed name?" "Dial." "No, I didn't." "Reggie." "It's done in America all the time." Grand-Pierre raps for silence on his desk. During the pause, he looks into each face in turn. Grand-Pierre. "None of you will be permitted to leave Paris until this matter is cleared up. Only I warn you, I will be watching. We use the guillotine in this country. I have always suspected that the blade coming down causes no more than a slight tickling sensation on the back of the neck. It is only a guess, of course. I hope none of you ever finds out for certain." Exterior, Quai Montebello, late afternoon, traveling. Reggie and Dial walking along the quay, next to the Seine, camera leading. Reggie. "Who do you think did it? Gideon?" Dial. "Maybe." Reggie. "Or Tex?" "Maybe." "You're a big help. Can I have one of those?" They have passed an ice cream wagon on the corner of the Pont en Double. Dial shrugs. Reggie, to the vendor. "Vanille chocolat." During the following, the vendor makes a double-decker cone and hands it to Reggie. Dial pays and they resume their walk, all with no break in the dialogue. Reggie. "I think Tex did it." Dial. "Why?" "Because I really suspect Gideon, and it is always the person you don't suspect." Do women think it's feminine to be so illogical, or can't they help it? What's so illogical about that? A. It's always the person you don't suspect. B. That means you think it's Tex because you really suspect Gideon. Therefore, C. If you think it's Tex, it has to be someone else. Gideon. Oh, I guess they just can't help it. Who? Women. You know, I can't help feeling rather sorry for Scobie. Wouldn't it be nice if we were like that? What, like Scobie? No, Gene Kelly. Remember the way he danced down there next to the river in American in Paris, without a care in the world? This is good. Want some? She offers him her cone, thrusting it forward with enough force to dislodge the ice cream. It lands right next to his lapel, over his outside breast pocket. Dial, frowning. I'd love some, thanks. Reggie. I'm sorry. He pulls open the pocket with 2 sticky fingers and looks inside, then shakes his head sadly at what he sees. Reggie still holds the empty cone, not knowing what to do with it. Seeing this, he takes it and sticks it into his pocket. Dial. No sense messing up the streets. Reggie. Alex. I'm scared. Don't worry, I'm not going to hit you. No, about Scobie, I mean. I can't think of any reason why he was killed. They resume walking. Maybe somebody felt that 4 shares were too many. What makes you think that this somebody will be satisfied with 3? He wants it all, Alex. That means we're in his way too. Yes, I know. First your brother, then Charles, now Scobie. We've got to do something. Any minute now we could be assassinated. Would you do anything like that? What, assassinate somebody? No. Another angle, including the Cathedral of Notre Dame in the background. Reggie. Swing down from there on a rope to save the woman you love, like Charles Lawton in The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Interior, hotel corridor, third landing, late afternoon. As Reggie and Dial step from the elevator. Reggie: hurry up and change, I'm starved. Dial: let me know what you want. I'll pick a suit that matches. He goes into his room and she goes into hers. Interior, Reggie's room, late afternoon. She enters, fixes her hair in the mirror, then goes to the door connecting her room with Dial's. She unlocks it, tries to open it, but finds it locked. Disappointed, she knocks. Dial's voice, off-scene: what do you want? Reggie: it's the house detective. Why haven't you got a girl in there? Interior, Dial's room, late afternoon. He calls to her through the closed door as he empties his pockets. Lord, you're a pest. Reggie's voice, off-scene: can I come in? I'd like to take a bath. Interior, Reggie's room, late afternoon. Wouldn't it be better if you did it in my room? What for? I wouldn't want to use that tub. Besides, I don't want to be alone. I'm afraid. Interior, Dial's room, late afternoon. Dial: I'm only next door. If anything happens, holler. He sits down to take off his shoes, but is interrupted by the sound of Reggie's screaming. He races for the connecting door, pulls back the bolt, and rushes in. Interior, Reggie's room, late afternoon, as Dial enters. Dial: Reggie. He wheels as the door is slammed, and Reggie, who had been standing behind it, locks it and pockets the key. Got you. Did you ever hear the story of the boy who cried wolf? The shower's in there. He goes to the door leading to the hall and finds that locked as well. She smiles at him. Dial, warning: Reggie, open the door. Reggie: this is a ludicrous situation. There must be dozens of men dying to use my shower. Then I suggest you call one of them. I dare you. Dial looks at her, then sits down and starts to remove his shoes. Reggie: has she gone too far? What are you doing? Dial: have you ever heard of anyone taking a shower with his shoes on? To himself: what a nut. Shoes off, Dial starts for the bathroom, humming. I usually sing a medley of old favorites when I bathe. Any requests? Reggie: shut the door. I don't think I know that one. Testing the water with his hand, he now steps in, fully dressed. Reggie can't believe her eyes. She goes to the open door for a closer look. What on earth are you doing? Interior, bathroom, late afternoon. Medium shot, Dial, in the shower, making sure his suit gets uniformly soaked. Dial, explaining pleasantly: drip dry. He takes the soap and begins washing, as if he were washing himself without the suit. Dial: the suit needs it more than I do anyway. Reggie: how often do you go through this little ritual? As he takes out his handkerchief and rinses it. Every day. The manufacturer recommends it. I don't believe it. He opens his coat and reads a label inside. Wearing this suit during washing will help protect its shape. He flicks a little water in her face, then takes the nail brush and scrubs his watch and watch band. He holds up his wrist so she can see the watch. Waterproof. He begins unbuttoning his suit. She turns and leaves, slamming the door after her. Interior, Reggie's room, late afternoon. As Reggie goes to the armoire to select a dress. The phone rings and she answers it. Yes? Interior, Bartholomew's apartment, late afternoon. Close shot, Bartholomew. On the phone. Mrs. Lampert? Bartholomew. I've spoken to Washington. Mrs. Lampert. Interior, Reggie's room, late afternoon. Reggie on the phone. Go ahead, Mr. Bartholomew. I'm listening. Bartholomew on the phone. I told them what you said about this man being Carson Dial's brother. I asked them what they knew about it, and they told me, "You're not going to like this, Mrs. Lampert." They told me Carson Dial has no brother. Close shot, Reggie on the phone, looking like the rug has been pulled out from under her. Reggie, pause, quietly. Are you sure there's no mistake? Interior, Bartholomew's apartment, late afternoon. Bartholomew on the phone. None whatsoever. Please, Mrs. Lampert, be careful. Interior, Reggie's room, late afternoon. Reggie slowly lowers the phone to its cradle, a worried expression on her face. Then the bathroom door opens and Dial appears, dressed in a large bath towel. Her back is to him. Dial. I left all my drip dry dripping. Is it all right? She doesn't answer. Dial. Reggie, is something wrong? She shakes her head. Dial. You're probably weak from hunger. You've only had 5 meals today. Hurry up and we'll go out. She turns and looks at him. Do you mind if we go someplace crowded? I feel like lots of people tonight. Exterior, Seine. Bateau mouche, dusk. The large motor launch, moving along the river, gaily ablaze with lights. Medium shot, Reggie and Dial, process. At a table for 2 by the rail, the city slowly passing in the background. Dial. Reggie, you haven't spoken a word in 20 minutes. Reggie. I keep thinking about Charles and Scobie, and the one who's going to be next. Me? Dial. Nothing's going to happen to you while I'm around. I want you to believe that. How can I believe it when you don't even know who the killer is? I've got that right, haven't I? You don't know who did it. No, not yet. But then if we sit back and wait, the field should start narrowing down, shouldn't it? Whoever's left alive at the end will pretty well have sewn up the nomination, wouldn't you say so? Are you trying to say that I might have killed Charles and Scobie? She doesn't answer. Dial. What do I have to do to satisfy you? Become the next victim? Reggie. It's a start, anyway. Dial. I don't understand you at all. 1 minute you're chasing me around the shower room, and the next you're accusing me of murder. Carson Dial didn't have a brother. Wider angle. She rises from the table and walks away. Dial hesitates a moment, then follows. I can explain if you'll just listen. Will you listen? Reggie, looking at the river. I can't very well leave without a pair of water wings. Okay, then get set for the story of my life. Not that it would ever make the bestseller list. Fiction or nonfiction? Why don't you shut up? Well? Are you going to listen? Go on. After I graduated college, I was all set to go into my father's business. Umbrella frames. That's what he made. It was a sensible business, I suppose, but I didn't have the sense to be interested in anything sensible. I suppose all this is leading somewhere? It led me away from umbrella frames, for one thing, but that left me without any honest means of support. What do you mean? When a man has no profession except the one he loathes, what's left? I began looking for people with more money than they'd ever need, including some they'd barely miss. Reggie, astonished. You mean you're a thief? Dial. Well, it isn't exactly the term I'd have chosen, but I suppose it captures the spirit of the thing. I don't believe it. Well, I can't really blame you, not now. But I do believe it. That's what I don't believe. So it's goodbye, Alexander Dial. Welcome home, Peter Joshua. Sorry, the name's Adam Canfield. Adam Canfield. Wonderful. Do you realize you've had 3 names in the past 2 days? I don't even know who I'm talking to anymore. Dial, now called Adam. The man's the same, even if the name isn't. Reggie. No, he's not the same. Alexander Dial was interested in clearing up his brother's death. Adam Canfield is a crook. And with all the advantages you've got, brains, charm, education, a handsome face. Adam. Oh, come on. Reggie. There has to be a darn good reason for living the way you do. I want to know what it is. It's simple. I like what I do. I enjoy doing it. There aren't many men who love their work as much as I do. Look around sometime. Is there a Mrs. Canfield? Yes, but... Adam and Reggie together. We're divorced. Adam. Right. Now go eat your dinner. Another angle. They walk back to the table, where a waiter is busy putting food on it, mostly on Reggie's side. Reggie, miserably. I could eat a horse. Adam, looking at all the food. I think that's what you ordered. Reggie, don't you dare to be civil with me. All this time you were leading me on. How was I leading you on? All that marvelous rejection, you knew I couldn't resist it. Now it turns out you were only interested in the money. That's right. Oh. What would you like me to say? That a pretty girl with an outrageous manner means more to an old pro like me than $250,000? No, I guess not. It's a toss-up, I can tell you that. What? Don't you know I'm having a tough time keeping my eyes off of you? Reggie reacts in surprise. Adam. Oh, you should see her face. Reggie. What about it? Adam, taking her hand nicely. It's lovely. She looks at him with happy amazement, then pushes her plate away. Adam. What's the matter? Reggie. I'm not hungry. Isn't it glorious? The lights go out. Reggie, alarmed. Adam? Adam. It's all right, look. Exterior, scène. Bateau mouche, night. A searchlight near the boat's bridge has gone on, and now begins sweeping the river banks. On benches by the water's edge, lovers are surprised by the bright light, which suddenly and without warning discovers them in various attitudes of mutual affection. Some are embarrassed, some are amused, and some, the most intimate, damn annoyed. One even shakes his fist at the light. Medium shot, Reggie and Adam, who, like everyone else, leave the table and stand together at the rail, watching. Reggie. You don't look so bad in this light. Adam. Why do you think I brought you here? Reggie, indicating the lovers. I thought maybe you wanted me to see the kind of work the competition was turning out. Adam. Pretty good, huh? I taught them everything they do. Oh? Did they do that sort of thing way back in your day? How do you think I got here? She rises on tiptoes and kisses him gently. His only reaction is to look at her. Reggie. Aren't you allowed to kiss back? No, the doctor said it would be bad for my thermostat. She kisses him again. He responds a little better. Adam, when you come on, you really come on. Reggie, well, come on. She starts to kiss him again, but he stops her. Reggie, I know why you're not taken. No one can catch up with you. Adam, relax. You're gaining. Interior, Gideon's room, night. Medium shot, Gideon, as he sits bolt upright in bed, startled. The room is dark and the phone is ringing. He switches on the lamp, looks at the clock, it reads 3:30, and shakes his head before picking up the receiver. Gideon, huh? You must be crazy. It's 3:30 in the morning. You mean now? All right, I'll be down in a minute. He hangs up, swings his feet out of bed, and spears his slippers, reaching for his robe at the same time. Then he shuffles sleepily to the door. Interior, hotel corridor, 3rd floor landing, night. As Gideon comes out of his room and goes to the elevator. The cage is there. He opens the door and enters. Interior, elevator, night. Gideon closes the sliding grille and presses a button. The cage starts down. Gideon begins sneezing. Suddenly, the elevator stops between floors and the lights go out. Gideon, hey, turn on the lights. Just as suddenly, the lights go back on and the elevator starts moving again. Gideon shakes his head and leans back, whistling again. The cage comes to his floor and starts past it. Seeing this, Gideon looks confused. Interior, hotel lobby, night. The night porter is asleep behind the desk. The elevator, Gideon inside, keeps coming down. It passes the lobby level and keeps right on going toward the basement. Gideon, hey, how do you stop this thing? The elevator passes out of sight, still going down. There is a silence as the motor stops, and then a series of sneezes that ends with a terrifying shriek. The night porter, rudely awakened, runs to the elevator shaft, his shoes squeaking horribly. He looks up, sees nothing, then looks down. He presses the call button and the motor starts. An instant later, the cage appears and stops. The night porter opens the gate, pulls back the grill, and the camera rushes past him to pick up Gideon. His body is sitting on the floor of the cage, its grotesque, sprawling attitude resembling a puppet's with its strings cut, except that Gideon has no strings to cut, only a throat, from ear to ear. Interior, hotel corridor, night. Close shot, Grand-Pierre. He is now doubly apoplectic. Grand-Pierre. 3 of them all in their pajamas. C'est ridicule. What is it, some new American fad? Camera pulls back to reveal Reggie and Adam in their bathrobes. Grand-Pierre. And now your friend, the one from Texas. He has disappeared, checked out, poof, into thin air. Where is he? Adam. I don't know. Grand-Pierre. Madame? Reggie shrugs. Grand-Pierre. Tell me, Mr. Dial, where were you at 3:30? Adam. In my room, asleep. Grand-Pierre. And you, Mrs. Lampere? Reggie. I was too. Grand-Pierre. In Mr. Dial's room? Reggie, bitterly. No, in my room. Grand-Pierre, pause, lighting cigar. It stands to reason you are telling the truth, for why would you invent such a ridiculous story? Reggie and Adam exchange looks. Grand-Pierre. And if I were you, I would not stay in my pajamas. Good night. Grandpierre turns and leaves. Reggie and Adam start down the hall toward their own rooms. Adam: that wraps it up. Tex has the money. Go back to bed. I'll let you know when I've found him. Reggie: you're going to look for him now? Adam: if the police find him first, they're not very likely to turn over $250,000 to us, are they? Reggie: Adam. There's no time. I'll call you in the morning. Adam disappears into his own room. Interior, Adam's room, night. As Adam enters, going to the closet to remove his suit. The phone rings. He answers it. Yes? Interior, phone booth, night. Close shot, Tex, as he speaks on the phone. Now, Dial, you listen to me. My mama didn't raise no stupid children. I know who's got the money, and I ain't disappearing till I got my share. And my share's growing a whole lot bigger every day. Interior, Adam's room, night. Adam on the phone. Where are you, old buddy? Interior, phone booth, night. Tex on the phone, laughs. I'll tell you what, fella. You want to find me? You just turn around. From now on, I'll be right behind you. He hangs up. Interior, Adam's room, night. Adam, before hanging up, reflects on Tex's words, then looks behind him. Smiling softly, he hangs up the phone and starts for Reggie's door. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie slips back into her robe and goes to the connecting door. Reggie: what is it? Adam: open up. She undoes the bolt and opens the door. Adam enters. I think we were wrong about Tex having the money. Why? I just heard from him. He's still hungry. That means killing Gideon didn't get it for him, so he's narrowed it down to us. You've got it. I've looked, Adam. You know I have. Where's that airlines bag? Lord, you're stubborn. I sure am. Get it. She goes to the closet and gets the bag. Adam: Charles must have had the money with him on the train, and Tex missed it. He takes the bag to the bed where he dumps out the contents. Reggie: but everyone and his Aunt Lillian's been through that bag. Somebody would have seen it. Adam: let's look anyway. Lord, you're stubborn. I mean, it's there, Reggie. If only we could see it. We're looking at it right now. Close shot, bed with Charles's belongings. Adam's voice, off scene. Something on that bed is worth $250,000. Reggie's voice, off scene. Yes, but what? I don't know. I just don't know. Medium shot, Reggie and Adam, as Adam begins to examine the items one by one. Electric razor, comb, steamship ticket, fountain pen, 4 passports, toothbrush, wallet. He goes through the wallet, finds nothing. Key, what about that? Reggie: to the apartment, it matches mine perfectly. Adam: the letter. He takes it out of the envelope and takes out his glasses before reading it. Reggie: I'll bet you don't really need those. He hands her the glasses and she looks through them. You need them. She hands them back. Adam, reading the letter: it still doesn't make sense, but it isn't worth any $250,000 either. Have we forgotten anything? Reggie: the tooth powder. Wait a minute. Could you recognize heroin just by tasting it? He shakes some powder into his hand and tastes it. Reggie watches expectantly. Adam: heroin. Peppermint flavored heroin. Reggie: well, I guess that's it. Dead end. Adam. Go to bed. You've got to be at work in the morning. There's nothing more we can do tonight. Reggie. Pause. I love you, Adam. Adam. Yes, you told me. Reggie. No. Last time I said, I love you, Alex. Exterior, UNESCO building, establishing, day. The ultra-modern glass and concrete structure behind the École Militaire. Interior, UNESCO conference room, day. Several delegates, identified by little plaques in front of them listing their respective nations and their aides, sit around the large table. They are all wearing earphones. The Italian delegate is speaking. Italian delegate. Di conseguenza, il governo italiano è decisamente a favore per l'incoraggiamento, in accordo con le tradizioni etniche rispettive delle culture basilari, dei paesi in via di sviluppo. Per esempio, pregare i vietnamiti di aggiungere alle loro risaie dai loro campi di soia tradizionali una raccolta di semola. Non solo sconvolgerebbe le loro secolari tradizioni, ma, oltretutto, e questo è molto importante per il governo che io ho l'onore di rappresentare, disturberebbe l'esportazione delle derrate farinose italiane in questa parte del mondo. Signori delegati, vi ringrazio della vostra attenzione. Interior, Reggie's booth, day. Reggie, wearing her headset, is talking with Sylvie. Reggie. I hope Jean-Louis understands about last night. It's just not safe for him to be around me right now. Sylvie. Don't be silly. He would not do anything. He is not yet old enough to be interested in girls. He says collecting stamps is much more satisfying to a man of his age. Reggie. Hold it. Italy just finished. They're recognizing Great Britain. Sylvie. Oh, la vache. Sylvie jumps up and rushes next door into her booth, shutting the door after her. Interior, conference room, day. The British delegate rises to speak, continuing through the next scene. British delegate. Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates, my distinguished colleague from Italy. Her Majesty's delegation has listened with great patience to the Southern European position on this problem, and while we find it charmingly stated, we cannot possibly agree with its content. In 1937, in the British colonies of Kenya, Uganda, and Tanganyika, and, if I'm not mistaken, more or less in Somaliland, a program of crop rotation was instituted vis-a-vis arable land, which had never before known the plow, beginning before the soil was able to know the sort of fatigue now plaguing most of Western Europe. In 1937, therefore, Her Majesty's government, at that time His Majesty's government, was able to properly assay the situation. We therefore oppose the resolution. Interior, Reggie's booth, day. The door from the hall opens and Adam enters. Adam. Reggie, I think I found... Stopping. Are you on? Reggie. No, it's all right. What's wrong, Adam? Adam. Nothing's wrong. I think I found something. I was snooping around Tex's room and I found this in the wastebasket. I've stuck it back together. He hands her a paper. Insert police receipt. The one Grand-Pierre gave Reggie. It has been torn in half and scotch-taped back together. Reggie's voice, off-scene. It's the receipt Inspector Grand-Pierre gave me for Charles's things. I don't see how that's going to... Medium shot, Reggie and Adam. Adam. You didn't look. Last night when we went through the airline's bag, something was missing. See? Showing her the list. One agenda. It wasn't there. Reggie. You're right. I remember Grandpierre looking through it, but there was nothing in it, at least nothing that the police thought was very important. Adam. Can you remember anything at all? Reggie. Grandpierre asked me about an appointment Charles had on the day he was killed. Adam. With whom? Where? Reggie. I think it only said where, but I can't... Think, Reggie. You've got to think. It may be what we're looking for. That money is not ours, Adam. If we keep it, we'll be breaking the law. Nonsense. We didn't steal it. There's no law against stealing stolen money. Of course there is. There is? Well, I can't say I think very much of a silly law like that. Think, Reggie, please think. What was written in Charles's notebook? Well, it was a place, a street corner, I think, but I don't... Hearing something through her earpiece. Hold it, I'm on. She turns back to the conference, flips a switch, and starts speaking into her headset. Reggie, translating. Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates, my distinguished colleague from Great Britain. Interior conference room. The French delegate is speaking. French delegate. Monsieur le Président, Messieurs les délégués, mon distingué collègue de la Grande-Bretagne, le problème, vu par mon gouvernement, n'est pas aussi simple que nos amis les Anglais voudraient nous le faire croire. Mais leur pays n'est pas, après tout, un pays agricole, n'est-ce pas? La position française, ainsi que nous l'avons souligné dans le rapport numéro 39/52 de la conférence l'hémisphère occidental qui a eu lieu le 22 mars. Interior, Reggie's booth, day. Reggie is busy translating. Reggie. As outlined in report number 39/52 of the Western Hemisphere Conference held on March 22nd. She stops. No, wait. It was last Thursday, 5 o'clock, at the Jardin des Champs-Élysées. Adam, that was it, the garden. Adam. It's Thursday today, and it's almost 5. Come on. Medium shot, conference table. From Reggie's and Adam's angle. All of the delegates and their aides suddenly turn, surprised, and look at camera. Reverse shot, window. From the delegates' angle. Inside the booth, Reggie and Adam can be seen heading for the door in a hurry. Medium shot, conference table. As the delegates look at one another, confused. Exterior, Guignol, late afternoon. Two shot, Reggie and Adam, by the locked gate. Reggie. Now what? Adam. 5 o'clock, Thursday, the garden. It's got to be something around here. Reggie. But Charles's appointment was last week, not... Adam. I know, but this is all we've got left. Well, you're right there. 10 minutes ago I had a job. Stop grousing. If we find the money, I'll buy you an international conference all your own. Now start looking. You take this side and I'll poke around over there. Various shots, what they see. A quick succession of shots showing 1. Children's merry-go-round. 2. Rond-point des Champs-Élysées with fountains playing. 3. Children's swings. 4. Restaurant Laurent. 5. Balloon salesman. Exterior, fountain, late afternoon. Adam stands by the large fountain, staring off at something as Reggie joins him. Reggie. It's hopeless. I don't even know what we're looking for. Adam. It's all right. I don't think Tex does either. Tex? You mean he's here too? Look. Medium shot, Tex. He stands near the merry-go-round, looking at something in his hand. Charles's agenda. Now he closes it and moves off, disappearing behind a hedge. Two-shot Reggie and Adam. Adam. I'd better see what he's up to. Stay here, I won't be long. Adam starts off. Reggie, concerned. Be careful, Adam, please. He's already killed 3 men. Exterior, Rue Gabrielle, late afternoon. Between the curb and the jardin, several temporary wooden booths have been set up. They have collected quite a crowd. Into this area comes Tex, followed at a safe distance by Adam. Suddenly, Tex stops. Close shot, Tex, as he stares wide-eyed at something. Close shot, stamps, neatly displayed on a counter of one of the booths. Close shot, Tex, as he wheels to look at another booth. Close shot, more stamps, in another arrangement. Close shot, Tex. He turns crazily to look at another booth, then another. Close shot, even more stamps. Various flash shots of stamps of all sizes, shapes, and colors. Medium shot, Tex, as he understands. He turns to rush off and bumps smack into Adam. Tex is startled. Tex. Sorry, fella. He rushes off past Adam, who watches him for a moment, confused, then turns toward the booth, not yet having seen the stamps. Medium shot, booth. From Adam's angle. There are 1 or 2 persons standing at the booth. Camera zooms in on the display of stamps. Close shot, Adam. Adam, amazed. The letter. He quickly turns to find Tex. Medium shot, Tex, as he hops into the back of a taxi and it pulls away from the curb. Adam runs toward another taxi. Adam. Taxi! Taxi! Interior, hotel corridor, 3rd floor landing, late afternoon. As Adam comes up the stairs and goes to Reggie's door. Whipping out his gun, he flings open the door. Interior, Reggie's room, late afternoon. From Adam's angle. Tex sits in the armchair, staring at camera. Next to him is the airline's bag, its contents dumped on the floor. Another angle, including Adam as he enters, his gun trained on Tex. Without speaking, he goes to the airline's bag, then stoops down to go through the spilled contents, keeping one eye all the time on Tex. But he can't find what he's looking for. Adam, quietly. All right, where's the letter? Tex. The letter? The letter ain't worth nothing. Adam, you know what I mean. The envelope with the stamps. I want it. Tex, a pause, then beginning to laugh. You greenhorn, you half-witted, thick-skulled, hair-brained greenhorn. They was both too smart for us. Adam, what are you talking about? Tex, first her husband, now her. She hoodwinked you. She batted all them big eyes and you went and fell for it, like an egg from a tall chicken. Here, holding up the envelope. You want it? Here, it's yours. Adam takes it and looks at it. Insert, envelope. The corner containing the stamps is missing, torn off. Medium shot, Adam and Tex. Tex sees the expression on Adam's face and begins laughing hysterically. Tex. Look at you, hornswoggled by a purty face and all them sweet words. You killed all 3 of 'em for nothing. You greenhorn, you block-headed jackass. You clod, you booby, you nincompoop. Exterior, Rond-Point, late afternoon. Reggie is looking around for Adam. She sees something across the street. Camera spins around to discover Sylvie, sitting alone on a bench near the stamp market, reading a newspaper. Medium shot, Sylvie, as Reggie approaches her. Reggie. Sylvie, what are you doing here? Sylvie, looking up. Hello, Reggie, I am waiting for Jean-Louis. Reggie, looking around. What's he up to? Sylvie. He was so excited when he got the stamps you gave him this morning. He said he had never seen any like them. Reggie. I'm glad, but what's all this? Sylvie. The stamp market, of course. It is here every Thursday afternoon. This is where Jean-Louis trades his... Reggie, as it dawns. Good Lord, the stamps. Where is he? Sylvie, we've got to find him. Sylvie. What's the matter, chérie? Reggie. Those stamps. They're worth a fortune. Sylvie, jumping up. What? Reggie. A fortune. Hurry. We've got to find him. They rush off into the market. Two shot, Reggie and Sylvie, as they stop among the booths, looking around. Reggie. I don't see him. Sylvie. We will separate. You look over there. They go off in opposite directions. Medium shot, Reggie, as she hurries along a row of stalls, weaving around small groups of men standing together, showing each other stamps. Medium shot, Sylvie, searching in another section of the market. Sylvie, calling. Jean-Louis? Medium shot, Reggie. Spotting a boy, she runs to him and spins him around. Jean-Louis! But it isn't. Medium shot, Sylvie, looking everywhere. Suddenly, she sees something. Close shot, group of men, their legs. Only a small boy's elbow and part of his arm show, the rest hidden by all the legs. Medium shot, Sylvie. She recognizes him from these fragments. Sylvie. Jean-Louis! She rushes to him, camera panning with her. Jean-Louis stands looking at some stamps. Sylvie grabs him. Sylvie. Jean-Louis. Les timbres, où sont-ils? Smiling, Jean-Louis holds up an enormous sack of assorted stamps, hundreds of them. Sylvie. Oh, zut! Calling. Reggie, Reggie! Reggie runs up and joins them. Reggie. Jean-Louis, thank heavens, do you have... Spotting the sack of stamps. What's that? Jean-Louis. A man traded with me all those for only 4. Reggie. Oh no, what man, Jean-Louis? Where? Jean-Louis looks in one direction, then in the other, trying to remember. Sylvie. Vite, mon ange, vite. Jean-Louis. Là-bas, Monsieur Félix. They all run off down the line of booths. Jean-Louis stops and points off. Jean-Louis. Il est là. Medium shot, stamp booth. Closed, deserted, empty. Medium shot, Reggie, Sylvie, and Jean-Louis. Jean-Louis. But he is gone. Reggie. I don't blame him. Jean-Louis, do you know where this Monsieur Felix lives? Jean-Louis. No, but I will ask. He goes to the closest booth and shakes the coat sleeve of the proprietor. Jean-Louis. Monsieur Théophile. Théophile. Oui, jeune homme. Jean-Louis. Monsieur Félix, où habite-t-il? Théophile. À Montmartre. Demande à Monsieur Auguste au bar des artistes, Place Blanche. Jean-Louis. Merci, Monsieur Théophile. Returning to Reggie and Sylvie. He says to ask Monsieur Auguste at the... Before he can finish, Sylvie, who has heard Théophile, has Jean-Louis by the hand, dragging him off at full speed, Reggie right alongside. Interior, Felix's room, dusk. A bare, unkempt little room. Felix, a man in his 60s, sits at a table, smoking a pipe. There are stamps and albums everywhere. He holds a magnifying glass in his hand, busy studying something on the table. There is a knock. He looks up. Another knock. Felix. Entrez. The door opens and Reggie, followed by Sylvie and Jean-Louis, enters. Reggie. Monsieur Felix? Felix, without looking up. I was expecting you. You are American too, of course. Reggie, looking at Sylvie. Yes. Felix. The man who bought them last week was American. I did not see him, but I heard. I knew you would come. He gestures for Reggie to come closer. Together with Sylvie and Jean-Louis, she goes to the table and looks at the stamps. Felix. Look at them, madame. Insert stamps. 4 of them. A red, a yellow, a blue, and a green. Still attached to the portion of the torn envelope. Felix, off scene. Have you ever in your entire life seen anything so beautiful? Medium shot, Reggie, Felix, Sylvie, and Jean-Louis. Reggie. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about stamps. Felix. I know them as one knows his own face, even though I have never seen them. This yellow one, a Swedish 4 shilling, called De Gula 4 Skillingen, issued in 1854. Reggie. How much is it worth? Felix. The money is unimportant. Reggie. I'm afraid it is important. Felix, shrugging. In your money, perhaps $65,000. Reggie. Do you mind if I sit down? She sits. What about the blue one? Felix. It is called the Hawaiian Blue, and there are only 7 left. In 1894, the owner of one was murdered by a rival collector who was obsessed to own it. Reggie. What's its value today? Felix. In human life, in greed, in suffering. Reggie. In money. Felix. 45,000. Reggie, to Sylvie. Do you have anything to eat? To Felix. And the orange one? What about the orange one? Felix. A 2-penny Mauritius, issued in 1856. Not so rare as the others. $30,000 perhaps. Reggie. And the last one? Felix. The best for last. Le chef. L'œuvre de la collection. The masterpiece. It is the most valuable stamp in the world. It is called the Gazette Guyane. It was printed by hand on colored paper in 1852 and marked with the initials of the printer. Looking at it through the glass. Today it has a value of $100,000. A pause. Bien. I am not a thief. I knew there was some mistake. Take them. Reggie, hesitating. You gave the boy quite a lot of stamps in return, Monsieur Felix. Are they for sale now? Felix, looking at the large bag. Let me see. There are 350 European, 200 Asian, 175 American, 100 African and 12 Princess Grace commemorative, which comes to 9 francs 50. Reggie, fishing money from her purse. Here's 10. Felix goes to his wall for the change. Reggie, please keep it. Felix, I am a tradesman, madame, not a doorman. And don't forget these. He hands her the 4 stamps and her change. Reggie, I'm sorry. Close shot, Felix. Felix, no. For a few minutes they were mine. That is enough. Interior, hotel corridor, 3rd floor landing, night. As Reggie comes hurrying up the stairs, she goes first to Adam's room and knocks. Reggie. Adam, it's me, Reggie. There is no answer. She goes to her own door and, to her surprise, finds it an inch or 2 ajar. Interior, Reggie's room, night. As Reggie enters, she freezes, having seen something on the floor. Medium shot, text. His dead body lies on the floor, the wrists of his extended arms tied to the leg of the bed, his ankles to the steam radiator. And tied around his head is a plastic, transparent bag, inside of which the suffocated man's face, the eyes bulging against the plastic, clinging tight to his features, can be seen all too clearly. Reggie enters the shot, bending down to see if he's alive. Then she sees something beside his hands, near the leg of the bed. Close shot, carpet. With his dying effort, Tex has traced the name against the grain of the maroon carpet. Dial. Close shot, Reggie, astonished and horrified. Reggie, gasping. Dial. Wider angle, as she gets to her feet and hurries to the phone. Reggie, on the phone. Hello, Balzac 3004, s'il vous plaît. Waiting. Mr. Bartholomew, thank God you're there. Tex is dead, Mr. Bartholomew, smothered, and Adam did it, he killed them all. Interior, Bartholomew's apartment, night. Bartholomew, his face lathered for a shaving, is on the phone. Bartholomew. Just a minute, Mrs. Lampert. You'd better give that to me slowly. Who's Adam? Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie, on the phone. The one who said he was Dial's brother. Of course I'm sure. Tex wrote the word Dial before he died. He's the murderer, I tell you. He's the only one left. You've got to do something. Interior, Bartholomew's apartment, night. Bartholomew, on the phone. Calm down, Mrs. Lampert, please. Does he have the money? Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie, on the phone. No, I do. It was the stamps on that letter Charles had with him on the train. They were in plain sight all the time, but no one even bothered looking at the envelope. Bartholomew, on the phone. The envelope? Imagine that, Mrs. Lampert. Listen to me. You're not safe as long as you've got those stamps. Go to the embassy right away. Wait, I better meet you halfway, it's quicker. Now, let's see. Do you know the center garden at the Palais Royal? Yes, by the colonnade. As soon as you can get there, hurry, Mrs. Lampert. Interior, Reggie's room, night. Reggie, on the phone. Yes, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. She hangs up, looks briefly at Tex's body, shudders, then hurries to the door. Interior, hotel corridor, 3rd landing, night. As Reggie leaves her room and goes to the elevator, she presses the button, then notices it is in use. She goes to the stairs and starts down. Interior, hotel staircase, night. Between the landings. The stairs curve around the open elevator shaft. As Reggie comes down the stairs, the cage rises into view. Inside is Adam. For a moment, she stops and their eyes meet. Adam. Reggie, the stamps. What have you done with... Reggie starts running downstairs. Adam. Where are you going? Wait. Adam pushes the emergency stop button and then starts the cage down. Adam. Reggie. Interior, hotel corridor, second landing, night. As Reggie comes off the stairs, passes the elevator gate, and starts down toward the lobby, the cage a few feet behind her. Adam. Reggie. Interior, hotel corridor, first landing, night. As Reggie continues to run. Interior, hotel stairway, night. Between the first landing and the lobby. Reggie running, the elevator following. Adam. Reggie, stop. Reggie. Why? So you can kill me too? Tex is dead. I've seen him. He said Dial did it. Adam. I'm not Dial, you know that. Reggie. But Tex didn't. He still thought... Adam. Don't be an idiot. Interior, hotel lobby, night. Reggie reaches the lobby first and, without hesitation, races toward the front door and out. The confused hotel manager behind the desk can only stare in surprise. The elevator, Adam inside, has not yet reached the bottom. Adam. Reggie, I want those stamps. Exterior, hotel lobby, night. A taxi stands by the curb. Reggie leaves the hotel and runs to it. Reggie, indicating the direction. Palais Royal, vite! Calmly, the driver points to the little printed sign on his windshield reading, Italie. Driver, pointing the other way. Porte d'Italie, moi. Reggie. Mais c'est très vite. On veut mettre. Driver, shaking his head. Italie. She looks around and sees Adam come out of the hotel and straight toward her. She turns and runs off toward the Place Saint-Michel. Exterior, Place Saint-Michel, night. As Reggie comes to the corner, she stops, sees the metro station, Saint-Michel, and rushes to it, scampering down the stairs. Adam is behind her. Interior, Saint-Michel metro station, night. Reggie comes flying down the stairs and runs past the ticket booth, fishing in her bag for her carnet, her booklet of tickets, casting a quick look behind her. Camera pans quickly to Adam, just coming off the stairs, who runs after her. Interior, metro ticket gate, night. Reggie gets to the gate ahead of Adam and manages to crowd in front of some others about to pass through. Barely stopping, she holds out her ticket to the guard to be punched, then heads down the platform, still running. Adam gets to the gate, but the guard stops him as he tries to pass through. Guard. Billet, monsieur. Adam, breathless. I don't want to go anywhere. I'm only trying... Guard, pointing off. Billet, monsieur. Adam tries to look past him to see Reggie, but gives it up and goes back toward the ticket booth on the run. Interior, metro passageway, night. Camera leading Reggie as she runs. The passageway is nearly empty. Her footsteps echo against the tile and concrete walls. Close shot, passageway wall, traveling. The jumble of advertising posters as it passes rapidly, forming a moving band of letters, women, cartoons, and colors. Interior, metro passageway, night. Reggie stops and pauses for a moment at a sign, indicating 2 different directions, an arrow for each. Direction, Porte d'Orléans, Porte de Clignancourt. Choosing Clignancourt, she runs off. Camera pans sharply, 180 degrees, to pick up Adam rounding the corner in hot pursuit. Interior, metro platform, night. Reggie starts down the platform, looking behind her every few steps. Suddenly, she looks up in surprise. There, across the tracks on the opposite platform, is Adam. He has evidently made the wrong turn back in the passageway. They stare at each other for a moment. Then the bell rings, announcing the arrival of a train. Adam turns, running back through the exit behind him. Not knowing what to do, Reggie looks into the darkness of the tunnel. The approaching train can be heard. Reggie, to herself, "Come on, please." She turns to look at the gate. Slowly, the pneumatic door starts to close. As it does, the train roars into the station. Interior, metro passageway, night. The gate can be seen slowly closing. Adam runs to it, tries to force it back, but cannot. Finally, he jumps up and, commando-style, vaults over it. Interior, metro platform, night. Reggie is just entering the red center car. The 2 on either side are dark green. Adam runs for the red car and just manages to make it as the doors shut in unison, the latches falling with a concerted click, and the little whistle blowing to inform the motorman to depart. The train starts to move. Interior, metro car, night. The entire length of the car separates Adam and Reggie. For a moment, their eyes meet. Then Adam starts to weave his way past the other passengers, on his way to her. Suddenly, he is stopped. Adam turns to see a train guard. "Train guard." "Billet, monsieur." Adam shows him his yellow ticket and starts past him, but again the train guard stops him. Train guard. "Vous êtes dans la première classe, monsieur." Adam. "What?" Train guard, in a heavy accent. "This car is for first class only. You have a second class ticket." Adam. "But that's what they gave me." He tries to pull away from the train guard and finds himself staring into the serious face of a gendarme. "Gendarme." "Monsieur." Adam looks at the gendarme, then at Reggie. Interior, Palais Royal metro platform, night. As the train pulls in and comes to a stop. Interior, metro car, night. The gendarme opens the door for Adam and escorts him out. Adam turns once more to look at Reggie as he goes. She remains in the car. Interior, metro platform, night. The gendarme gestures for Adam to enter the green second-class car behind the red first-class one. Reluctantly, Adam does. Interior, metro car, night. As Adam enters and goes to the door through which he can see Reggie in the car ahead, she is gone. Moving quickly, he returns to the exit door and looks at the platform. Interior, metro platform, night. From Adam's point of view, she is hurrying towards an exit marked Sortie, another angle, featuring Adam as he hurries from the car. He finds his way blocked by 5 nuns in large white butterfly hats. It takes him a few precious seconds to work his way around them. Interior, metro Sortie, night. Reggie has entered an area leading to the exit. But as she reaches the stairway leading up to the street level, she is confronted with an iron grill barring her way. She tries to open it, but it is firmly padlocked. A sign hung on it reads, "Fermé le weekend." She turns, desperately looking for some way out. Interior, metro platform, night. Adam is off the train. He stands on the platform as the train doors slam shut. The latches click, the whistle blows, and the train pulls out. He looks around in all directions, looking for some sign of Reggie. He spots the exit marked sortie, the same one used by Reggie, and starts toward it. Interior, metro sortie, night. As Adam enters the deserted area, there is, miraculously, no sign of Reggie. He goes to the locked grill and tries it, testing the padlock. Camera pans to a phone booth. Solid door with a window in the upper half, and we see Reggie's hand reaching up to dial a number. Interior, phone booth, night. Reggie sits on the floor of the booth, dialing. Reggie, to herself as she dials, Balzac 3004. She holds the receiver to her ear. The number can be heard ringing, but no one answers. She hangs up and reaches for the phone book, leafing through its pages. Reggie, embassies, embassies. Interior, metro sortie, night. Adam stands for a minute, looking around, not knowing what to do. Interior, phone booth, night. Reggie has finished dialing her number and now pushes the button. It clicks loudly. Reggie, shh, into the phone, whispering, American Embassy? Mr. Bartholomew's office, please. Mr. Bartholomew's office. Interior, embassy switchboard, night. An operator speaking into a headset. Operator, could you speak up, please? I can't quite hear you. Interior, phone booth, night. Reggie on the phone. No, I can't speak any louder. Hamilton Bartholomew. B as in, Bartholomew, that's right. And the rest as in Bartholomew. Interior, embassy switchboard, night. Operator on the phone. I'm sorry, but Mr. Bartholomew has left for the day. But someone's trying to kill me. You've got to send word to him. In the center garden of the Palais Royal by the Colonnade, tell him I'm trapped in a phone booth, below him in the metro station, and my name's Lampert. Interior, embassy switchboard, night. All right, Mrs. Lampert, I'll see what I can do. Goodbye. She unplugs the call, plugs in another one, and dials quickly. Operator. Hello, Mr. Bartholomew. There was a call for you just now, Mr. Bartholomew. It sounded quite urgent. A Mrs. Lampert. Interior, Bartholomew's study, night. It is a man we've never seen before. The physical opposite of the old Bartholomew. Real Bartholomew. Lampert? I don't know any Mrs. Lampert. Trapped in a metro station. Who does she think I am, the CIA? All right, you'd better call the French police. Interior, metro sortie, night. Medium shot, phone booth. As Reggie's head appears, peeking cautiously over the bottom of the window. Reverse shot. From inside the phone booth, through the glass, Adam can be seen, leaving the sortie area. Medium shot, phone booth. Carefully, Reggie opens the door and comes out. She goes to the corner and looks around it. Interior, metro platform, night. from Reggie's point of view as Adam walks away from camera down the platform. Camera pans to Reggie, peeking around the corner. She looks the opposite way, sees another exit at the other end of the platform, also marked sortie. She looks back once more at Adam, then makes up her mind and starts running towards the exit. Medium shot, Adam. As the bell rings, announcing the next train, he turns to look and sees Reggie. Adam, calling, "Reggie!" He takes off, running after her. Medium shot, Reggie. As she runs, Adam several yards behind her. Adam, in the background, calling, "Reggie, wait!" She turns into the exit. Interior, metro stairway, night. As Reggie starts up the long, steep flight of stone steps leading to the street level, Adam appears behind her, climbing 2 at a time and gaining. Adam, "Reggie, why won't you listen?" Reggie, "I'm through listening to you." He is rapidly closing the gap between them. It is clear that Reggie is tiring. Adam, "But I didn't kill anybody." Reggie, "Then who did? You're the only one left." Passers-by, descending the stairs, stand aside to let the 2 strange Americans pass, watching in wonderment. Adam is only a few steps behind now. Adam, "Reggie, please believe me." Reggie, "No." As Reggie warily gains the top, Adam lunges for her. He manages to grab her foot as he falls forward, but all he winds up with is a shoe, which has come loose in his hand. Reggie shrieks, then, regaining her balance, continues running, limping in her one shoe. Adam scrambles to his feet and starts after her again. Interior, metro ticket booth area, night. As Reggie, still hobbling, runs through and toward the stairs, leading to the street. Camera pans to Adam as he, too, runs through. He is again several yards behind her. Exterior, Place Palais Royal, night. As Reggie comes up the stairs from the metro, she stops long enough to kick off her other shoe, then runs across the street, ignoring the traffic, toward the Rue de Valois, which forms one side of the Palais Royal. Adam is gaining on her again. Exterior, Palais Royal, courtyard, colonnade, night. The smaller court at the Comédie Française end of the Palais Gardens, separated from the larger garden by a double peristyle consisting of 2 twin rows, these separated from each other by a small marble court of 20 columns each. In all, 80 columns. The only person in sight is the man we have known as Bartholomew, waiting at the far end of the columns, looking at his watch impatiently. Then, from the Rue de Valois side of the Palais, Reggie runs into the court. She spots Bartholomew and fishes in her bag for the stamps as she runs, taking them out and waving them. Reggie, "Mr. Bartholomew, he's chasing me." Adam has run into the court and now skids to a stop at the near end of the colonnade as he spots Bartholomew. Reggie, still running, is halfway between the 2 men. Bartholomew draws his gun but can't get a shot at Adam, who has ducked in among the columns. Adam, "Reggie, stop! That's Carson Dial." This news hits Reggie hard and she stops in alarm. Reggie, breathless. "Carson?" She looks at Bartholomew, then back at Adam, who has drawn his own gun. Note, both Bartholomew and Adam are in among the stone columns at opposite ends of the colonnade, keeping out of each other's sight. Reggie stands out in the open, the stamps in her hand, confused as to which man she should go to. Bartholomew, calmly, "We all know Carson Dial is dead, Mrs. Lampert." Adam, "It's Carson Dial, I tell you." Bartholomew, "You're not going to believe him, Mrs. Lampert. It's too fantastic. He's trying to trick you again." Reggie looks at one, then the other, not knowing what to do. Adam, "Tex recognized him. That's why he said Dial. If you give him those stamps, he'll kill you too." Reggie takes a step toward Adam. Bartholomew, "Mrs. Lampert, if I'm who he said, what's preventing me from killing you right now?" Reggie stops, turns back to Bartholomew. Adam, "Because he'd have to come out to get the stamps. He knows he'd never make it." Bartholomew, "What's the matter with you, Mrs. Lampert? Are you going to believe every lie he tells you? He wants the money for himself. That's all he's ever wanted." Reggie, to Adam, explaining, "He's with the CIA. I've seen him at the embassy." Adam, "Don't be a fool. He's Carson Dial." Bartholomew, "That's right, Mrs. Lampert. I'm a dead man. Look at me." Reggie, "I don't know who anybody is anymore." Adam, "Reggie, listen to me." Reggie, "You lied to me so many times." Adam, gently, "Reggie, trust me once more, please." Reggie, "Can I really believe you this time, Adam?" Adam, a pause. "There's not a reason on earth why you should." She looks back toward Adam for a moment, then back to Bartholomew, then slowly starts toward Adam. Reggie, "All right, Adam." Bartholomew, "Stop right now, Mrs. Lampert, or I'll kill you." Reggie stops in alarm. Adam, "It won't get you the stamps, Dial. You'll have to come out to get them, and I'm not likely to miss at this range." Bartholomew, now called Carson, "Maybe not, but it takes a lot of bullets to kill me. They left me there with 5 of them in my legs and my stomach. They knew I was still alive, but they left me. I spent 10 months in a German camp, with nothing to stop the pain and no food. They were willing to take all these chances for the money, but not for me. They deserve to die." Medium shot, Adam. During the following, he looks around, looking for some way out. Reggie's voice, off-scene. "But I didn't have anything to do with..." Carson's voice, off-scene. "You've got the money. It belongs to me now. Please believe me, Mrs. Lampert. I'll kill you. A little more blood won't matter." During this, Adam has moved out from behind the columns, creeping cautiously across the open space between the 2 colonnades, and finally behind the second. Medium shot, Reggie and Carson. Carson, "I'll give you 5 to make up your mind, Mrs. Lampert." She has seen Adam's move from her angle, but doesn't quite know what to do. Reggie, "Wait, please, I need some time to think." Carson, 1. Medium shot, Adam, as he slowly moves along behind the second colonnade, his gun ready, trying to get an angle on Carson. Carson's voice, off-scene. 2. Suddenly, Adam stops. He has caught sight of Carson through the columns, but he will have a difficult shot. Carson's voice, off-scene. 3. Close shot, Carson. Carson, 4. Camera pans down to his gun, as his finger tightens on the trigger and the hammer moves slowly back. Close shot, Reggie. Reggie, "Adam, please." Medium shot, Adam, as he aims carefully and fires. Close shot, column as the bullet creases it. Close shot, Carson, as the deflected bullet rips the shoulder of his coat, leaving him unharmed. He wheels. Medium shot, Adam, with Carson in the background who fires at him. Adam ducks behind the column as the bullet hits it and screams off. Quickly, he peers back out and throws another shot. Medium shot, Reggie. Seeing Carson otherwise occupied, she turns and runs toward the open stage door of the Comédie Française behind her. Beside the door is a poster announcing the forthcoming schedule of presentations. Another angle, including Carson, who, seeing Reggie running to the door, turns and fires at her. But he is too late. She is safely inside. Carson looks quickly back toward Adam, then takes off after Reggie. Medium shot, Adam. Over his shoulder, we see a broken picture of Carson running toward the theater door, flashing by the near and far columns. Adam tries to get a shot at him, but can't. Finally, he runs after him. Interior, Comédie Française, backstage, night. As Carson enters and slams the door behind him, locking it. Interior, Comédie Française, stage door, night. Adam, arriving at the door, bangs on it, then looks around, frustrated. Several yards away, he sees a short stairway leading down to a door below the street level. He runs to it, tries the door, and enters. Interior, Comédie Française, orchestra, night. As Carson enters the auditorium and looks around. Carson's point of view. As the camera sweeps the magnificent old theater, boxes, seats, stage, but there is no sign of Reggie. Another angle, as Carson walks up the aisle, checking between the rows of seats. Interior, Comédie Française, trap room, night. A large room lit by a single bare bulb under the stage. Adam appears, moving cautiously, gun ready. He creeps along next to the wall, looking around at all the various scenic pieces which fill the room. Interior, Comédie Française, stage, night. As Carson moves carefully across the darkened stage near the footlights, looking for Reggie. At mid-stage, camera pans down to his feet, only a few inches from the prompter's box. Inside, huddling down, is a terrified Reggie, holding her breath as she watches him. Another angle. As Carson moves into the opposite wings, sees the light board and throws on all the switches. The stage is bathed in light. He returns to the stage. Interior, trap room, night. Adam is looking up, having heard the footsteps on the stage over his head, and hearing them now. He looks around and sees a narrow, curving staircase leading up. He goes to it, and, starting up, finds a door. He tries the knob. The door is locked. Interior, prompter's box, night. Reggie, cringing back from the bright light, notices the doorknob turning. It makes a slight clicking sound. Interior, Comédie Française, stage, night. Carson, upstage, looking behind a piece of classic scenery, hears the doorknob and turns suddenly. Carson's point of view. We catch a quick glimpse of Reggie as she ducks down out of sight. Too late. Close shot, Carson. Carson. All right, Mrs. Lampert, the game's over. Come out of there. Wider angle. Reggie does not appear. Carson. I don't want to kill you, Mrs. Lampert, but I will. Interior, trap room, night. Adam comes down the stairs from the prompter's box and looks up at the ceiling. Medium shot, ceiling. It is divided into 36 square sections, each numbered and lettered, from 1A to 6F. They are trapdoors. Medium shot, Adam. He looks from the ceiling to a row of levers on one wall. Close shot, levers. 36 of them, numbered and lettered to correspond to the traps. Interior, Comédie Française, stage, night. As Carson takes a few steps toward the prompter's box, his gun ready. Carson. Did you hear me, Mrs. Lampert? Interior, prompter's box, night. Reggie huddled inside. Interior, trap room, night. Adam is listening carefully, trying to figure out where Carson is standing, watching the ceiling. Close shot, trap. It is marked C4. Carson's voice, off scene. I won't wait much longer, Mrs. Lampert. Medium shot, Adam. As he turns to the levers and reaches for the one marked C4. He is about to pull it. Interior, Comédie Française, stage, night. Carson takes a few more steps forward. Interior, trap room, night. Adam stops himself from pulling the lever just in time. He lets his held breath escape. He looks back at the ceiling. Close shot, trap. The one marked C4. As Carson's voice is heard, camera moves to the next trap, marked D4. Carson's voice, off scene. I know you're in there, Mrs. Lampert. Medium shot, Adam. He looks at the lever marked D4. He is perspiring heavily. Now he slowly reaches for the lever. Interior, Comédie Française, stage, night. Carson is about to move closer to the prompter's box when suddenly the stage under him opens and he plummets through out of sight. At the same time, we hear a shot. Close shot, prompter's box, as Reggie slowly peers out. Reggie's point of view. The empty stage, without being able to see the open trap from this low angle. Medium shot, Reggie. As she climbs out of the booth and, seeing the open trap now, runs to it looking down through it. Medium shot, open trap. From above, over Reggie's head, she can see Carson sprawled on the floor below, face down and dead. Adam stands beside the body, looking up at Reggie and smiling. Another angle. As Grandpierre and his two assistants, guns drawn, walk onto the stage from the wings. They go to the open trap and look down at Adam. Grandpierre. Mr. Dial, you are under arrest for the murders of Charles Lampert, Herman Scobie, Joseph Pantalot, Leopold Gideon, and whoever that is down there. Adam is surprised, then shakes his head. Adam. Reggie, you'd better tell him. He wouldn't dare hit a girl. Exterior, Rue de Rivoli, night. As a taxi rolls by the arcades, camera panning with it. Interior, taxi, night. Process. Reggie and Adam in the rear of the cab. Reggie has one of her feet in her hand. Shoe off, rubbing it. Reggie. You didn't have to chase me so hard. Adam. Here, give it to me. He starts to take the foot, but she pulls it back and offers him the other one. Reggie. That one's done. Start on this one. He takes the foot and begins rubbing it. Reggie. I'm sorry I thought you were the murderer. Adam. How did I know that he was as big a liar as you are? Adam. And that's all the gratitude I get for saving your hide. Reggie. The truth now. Was it my hide or the stamps? Adam. What a terrible thing to say. How could you even think that? All right, prove it to me. Tell me to go to the embassy first thing in the morning and turn in those stamps. Adam says nothing. Reggie. I said, tell me to go to the... Adam. I heard you. Then say it. Reggie, listen to me. Never mind, I'll go by myself. What makes you think they're even interested? It's only $250,000. It'll cost more than that to fix up their bookkeeping. As a taxpayer... Exterior, American Embassy, main entrance, day. As Reggie and Adam approach the Marine in full-dress uniform, always on guard at the embassy. Reggie, to Adam. Who's a taxpayer? Crooks don't pay taxes. Excuse me, soldier. Marine. Marine, ma'am. Reggie. Forgive me. Whom would I see regarding the return of stolen government money? Marine. You might try the Treasury Department, ma'am. Room 216, second floor, Mr. Crookshank. Reggie. Crookshank, 216. Thank you, Marine. Interior, Embassy Corridor, day. Featuring a door marked 216. Reggie and Adam appear. Adam. Do you mind if I wait out here? The sight of all that money being given away might make me break out. Interior, Embassy Treasury Office, day. A secretary sits behind a desk. She looks up as Reggie enters. Reggie. Mr. Crookshank, please. My name is Lampert. The secretary picks up her phone and presses a button. Secretary. Mr. Crookshank, a Miss... Reggie. Mrs. Secretary. A Mrs. Lampert to see you. Yes, sir. To Reggie. Go right in. Reggie goes to the door leading to the private office. Interior, Crookshank's office, day. Featuring the door as Reggie enters. She stops suddenly. Another angle. Featuring the desk. Behind it sits Adam, now Crookshank. Reggie stares at him, unbelievingly, then looks around, confused. By way of explanation, he indicates the door to the hall. Reggie, blowing up. Well, of all the mean, rotten, contemptible, crooked... Crookshank. Crooked? I should think you'd be glad to find out I wasn't crooked. Reggie. You couldn't even be honest about being dishonest. Why didn't you say something? We're not allowed to tell. May I have the stamps, please? Reggie, reaching into her bag. Here. Hesitating. Wait a minute. How did Carson Dial get an office in here anyway? Crookshank. When did you see him? What time, I mean? Reggie. Around 1. The lunch hour. He probably worked it out in advance. He found an office that was usually left open and just moved in for the time you were here. Then how do I know this is your office? Crookshank, picking up the phone. Mrs. Foster, send a memo to Bartholomew at security recommending that... Reggie. Bartholomew? Crookshank. Recommending that all embassy offices be locked during the lunch hour. Reggie, starting with his own. Crookshank, hanging up. Okay now, hand over those stamps. Reggie. What's your first name today? Crookshank. Brian. Reggie. Brian Crookshank. It would serve me right if I got stuck with that one. Crookshank. Who asked you to get stuck with any of them? Reggie. Is there a Mrs. Crookshank? Yes. But you're divorced? No. Reggie, crestfallen. Oh. Crookshank. My mother. She lives in Detroit. Come on now, give me those stamps. Only if you can prove to me that you're really Brian Crookshank. How about if next week sometime I put it on a marriage license? That ought to... Quit stalling. I want to see some identification. Now. I wouldn't lie on a thing like that. I could go to jail. You'd lie about everything. Well, maybe we better forget about it then. You can't prove it, can you? You're still trying to... The coin drops into the slot. Marriage license? Did you say... Crookshank. I didn't say anything. Will you give me those stamps? You did too say it. I heard you. Oh, I love you, Adam. I mean Alex, Peter, Brian. I hope we have lots of boys. We can name them all after you. Crookshank. Before we start on that, do you mind handing over the stamps? Fade out. The end.